And we're back. Nice. This is amazing.
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000! Ecstatic vibrations, totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up the new compressor too. Now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honors, detective?
What do you propose as the name? We should ask. I think that the Crabman should name it.
The name. Everything I managed to come up with sounds just wrong.
Andre's overthinking it.
Yes, you should do it, detective. It would be good for the signs.
Noid's right. You've helped us so much. It's the right thing to do.
Kim, what would you pick?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't build a club, and I wouldn't name it either.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman would say.
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
Why not? The Crabman has ideas.
Crabman has
Michelle.
ideas.
Ideas from another level of consciousness.
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like his ideas. His ideas are spooky. Next, please.
Egghead, you must have a lot of ideas.
Yakukata! Yakukata! The place to be!
Yeko Qatar, the zone of ecological catastrophe. That's too morbid, Egg. Got anything else?
Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. Yes, it has to be even bigger than hardcore to the mega. It has to be bigger than the scene.
You think a cell?
How about something simple? Like the club?
Too modern and too ironic. We don't want ironic. We want real. Real and true and beautiful. Like a morning after the rave.
No, give me your 2
The
cents.
amnesia.
Like the... I can't remember the name of the club, Amnesia.
Amnesia! It's not amnesia, guys.
I don't.
Good. We have too many opinions anyway.
Yeah, come up with a
have?
name.
Well, what's the name?
Was... I like Disco Elysium. It seems perfect.
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium.
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky? Disco's kind of gone, isn't it? Forgotten.
The past is the future, but the future is
Like No
dead.
Truce with the Furies, too.
No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave. Like we want it to be.
And short. And memorable.
It's settled then.
Nice.
Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
The wind brings some snow in from the broken gallery. It wraps you in its embrace, cold and luminous. You should return to the mural soon, to the one that said, tomorrow is just a whisper away.
So maybe the Shivers check is just do a bunch of side quests out here. Or they wanted to make sure you did this one, because this is an important...
The name. Someone turns up the beat.
What are you doing, Andre?
I'm dancing.
Doesn't look very cool or modern.
That soft chord gyrating is supposed to be dancing.
We should talk about it. We should talk about your so-called
Yes, my
dancing.
man.
Talk? What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves? Audio waves thump against your ribcage.
No
The
words,
speaker
just
setup
dance.
makes everything sound much better, but the beat is still so weak.
Goodbye, officer.
Let's see, I do have some things for composure. Maybe just the one item for composure. It's the, I've got the shoes. I have the windbreaker. The windbreaker is the one I was thinking of. And I got a bunch of points I can dump on
Oh,
this.
hey, man. It's good to see you.
You close your eyes and dream of the shapes your body should form to bring this strange music into life. For now, such ferocity of motion is beyond you.
But just imagine the moves you could pull to this futuristic beat.
Goodbye, officer.
You know, we got the points for it.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
No words, just dance.
You close your
Nice.
eyes and vacate your skull, leaving your brain to wonder, where did that little fluttering light go?
Total darkness. You sink down the darkest fathoms of your own personal deep, vertebrae by vertebrae, through the unformed skulls of your mind.
Mind versus
Here
spine.
it will begin.
Where did the church go?
Who fucking cares?
All I want is dance.
No, not good. Orgasme.
Where did the music go?
Oh, don't worry. The music's still there. It's you who is gone.
Concentrate on hearing.
Nothing. Just the immaculate silence of your spinal fluid. Electrified.
It comes to you like a blue whale.
Perception
You sense the stirring
godly.
tranquility of the deep.
Ooh.
A single note of bass passing through. Then it's gone. Back to El Silencio.
Nice.
This is where the beat plunged. It will resurface soon. Brace for glory.
Is it about unformed skulls?
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret.
Hey, spinal cord.
Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull ready to pop up and replace the old one. Like shark teeth. The one you're currently in has a little brain forming in it, waiting for its turn. To rule the world.
Is this true? Who are you?
I am the spinal cord.
What do you
From
want?
what I can see, it's about to bust a move.
Bust a move.
Foolhardy. Do you even
shivers.
know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started spazzing out like 2 seconds ago.
With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso, is warmth. You have become a triumph of rhythmoplastics, somewhere in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. The wounds from the
Nice.
war you waged on your body are healing, twist by twist, turn by turn.
This is great. Open your eyes and dance like you've never danced before.
You've become a flawless interlocking mechanism, a flesh and bone approximation of the throb coming from the speaker setup.
I love Kim just watching.
Heads, entirely, rigidly, imbecilic, without pity or
Yep.
fear. Free from self-awareness, no deliberation, only, and I mean only, execution.
Oh my god! No way!
This is really happening.
Is reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come. The young man observes your moves for a second. He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in
Kim,
violent
get in
enthusiasm.
here.
What's going on here? Delinquents.
I said get in here and dance.
The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. The light reflects off his glasses, giving him the appearance of a surgeon in the middle of a tense procedure. He's having trouble adjusting to the new reality before him.
What's happening?
I'm not doing anything. The music made his mind up a long time ago. I'm just implementing.
Good for you. Rock on then.
Somehow, you managed to hear him sigh.
Hey, I called you to dance.
What?
Oh, God, I want this check to succeed so badly. I don't have the gear for it. All right, it's 58%. Just give it a shot. No, it's sad.
Hardcore than a little bit of.
Excuse me, what?
No, stop immediately. Stop
We just lost
dancing
control.
and apologize.
Dance? Monkey fucker?
Then a breath of cold sea air fills
Sorry,
the church
Kim.
as
I
the
was really
usher
hoping you were
opens
gonna
the door
dance.
And steps out. The young woman lifts her headphones up slightly and raises
It's
her
the
chin,
saddest coin flip result of all time.
expectantly.
only I had equipped the authority hat.
No. Recording.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back to her own work. She's still at her mainframe, pressing buttons, reading printouts, but she started nodding her head along to the music.
It's the law.
The young man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the same dance pattern, embellishing it with some sort of waving motion.
Is there anything more that I can do?
The dynamic motion of your flailing body is bordering on the extreme. You're going off the charts. You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive would be a point of no return. Feels almost memorable. Are you sure you have the entire pussy along for this?
Is it really a penalty to a relationship with Kim?
Here we go again.
Hardcore fills the air.
I thought all the red checks were supposed to be like something interesting happens if you fail. Kim left. A bummer. Nope.
Music pounds through the hall of an old
It's too bad.
stave church on the coast of Martinaise. Several figures are lost in the beats. Their bodies pull this way and that by sound. One of them, an officer of the RCM, suddenly stops. He appears disoriented, then starts shaking violently, no longer in rhythm with the music.
The beats that you had all fired up just a moment ago seem overwhelming. They shift and multiply like pieces of colored glass in a kaleidoscope. You're gripped by panic, alongside a dizzying feeling of deja vu.
Am I gonna die?
And everything goes silent.
What's happening to me?
Not sure, but it's definitely not a normal dance floor experience. There's something seriously wrong with you, bruh.
I feel like this has happened before.
Could be. It was almost like the utter unpleasantness of the experience was breaking through the barrier of your recent memory loss.
Maybe your memory loss was caused by something like this.
I should get help.
What are you gonna do? Call the Lazarus again? And if you were gonna go to a regular hospital, do you know how long it would take to figure out what's really wrong with you? The interviews? The poking and prodding that you'll undergo? All this excitement of dancing and dancing harder. And even feigning real hard is better than dragging your feet from office to office, examination room to examination room. All mercilessly white, bright and smelling of antiseptic.
Besides, you've got a case to solve right now, and you won't get to solve it if you turn yourself into a lab rat. Whatever's wrong with you can wait.
What happens next?
You'll lay here in complete darkness for a while, far away from everything and everyone. Then consciousness will slowly begin to return. It won't be fun, but you already know. It really is.
Oh, there you are, man. Don't worry. I've seen this happen before to people partying too hard. You're dehydrated and all. Don't know what happened between you guys, but it was not cool. You should go out and talk to him.
Give him a moment. See, this is why you need distilled water.
How long was I out
When
for?
exactly did you lose consciousness? When you started shaking or when you were already on the ground?
30 minutes or so.
Roll out of juice.
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down. Such is his respect.
Such is his respect.
Now, man. Now imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000
Too hardcore.
End of human development. Mission complete.
Mission here is complete.
Those moves, man.
Don't worry, man. I'll remember them.
Go team. I really got to apologize to Kim. That was extremely not okay. What a bummer skill check failure. Yeah.
It's colder outside than you were expecting. You see the lieutenant standing there, a small cloud of white escaping from his mouth. He turns to you, but says nothing. He's waiting to see what you do. For God's sake, say you fucked up. Please.
Fucked up.
You think?
Definitely fucked up.
Yes. And?
The lieutenant stares impassively. What are you, a petulant child? He expects you to apologize.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask you something. What do you see when you look at me?
Half-brother.
That's what you are supposed to say, of course. But do you know what you didn't say? Revacholian. I don't suppose anyone ever questions whether you belong here. Whatever your faults, you're a solid detective. You're obviously Revacholian. I was born here. I grew up here. It's the only home I've ever known. And there's a good chance I'll die in the line of duty here, too. But to most of my countrymen, I will always be some monkey fucker.
You're my partner.
The lieutenant's not comfortable with emotional openness. He's eager to change the subject.
Well, good, because we are partners. Now, I have some personal matters I'd like to get in order. If you don't object, I'm going to leave the rest of the day's investigation to you.
Oh man, that's really bad. I feel like I need to reload.
Try not to break anything while I'm gone. I'll see you in the morning, detective.
Wow, that's extremely bad. Okay. It's not exactly like... How far back am I? I think it's this quick save. Yeah, I don't think I can tolerate that, especially since it wasn't a decision I made, but well, I guess it was a decision in that I chose to roll the dice, but I thought it was just going to be a cute, come on, man, dance, not, I'm going to say something awful and racist to you if you don't, you know? So we're gonna not do that. That did not give me the warm and fuzzies, and not in the way that Disco Elysium usually makes you feel bad.
Hi again. So, our thing... Yes? What's... We are great. That's fine. And... No! No, I thought we agreed...
No, pure and true. Don't fuck this up.
Hi again. So, how things going? Yes?
I think it hurts because everything around it is so, like, pumped with positivity, and they, like...
That's fine, and you're fine.
They, like, name drop the title of the game, right? So that's kind of epic. And it's a really high energy. And then you just have a skill check that makes you feel awful. I feel like if they took the opportunity when you were outside and apologizing to Kim to, like, salvage it in some way, since it was a skill check thing, I could see that working a little bit, too. Yeah, that's the only thing in this whole game that I haven't liked. I've liked basically everything else. I think I would have been fine if you failed the authority check, and in failing the authority check, he just gets really uncomfortable and leaves because he doesn't want to dance, right? And he's like, hey man, that was really not cool of you to, like, you know, use your authority to try to force me to do something that I wasn't socially okay with. And then have, like, a bonding moment over that. But, like, forcing you to be racist? Don't know.
Yeah, now the only thing left to do is the name of the Yeah, Noid's right. Too modern and too ironic.
Yeah,
No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. The
like...
It's not amnesia, guys.
And being a fuck-up is, but the way that you fuck up has been important in this game so
We
far.
have too many opinions anyway.
I would...
And under...
We're not...
Why not?
I don't care. I don't like...
You have?
Like,
But this...
No,
It's settled then.
The wind Andre breaks into.
I'm dancing.
That soft
Yes, mama.
talk Audio waves thump against your ribcage. The speaker setup makes
Guess I
everything
might
sound
fail
much
again,
better.
huh?
But the beat
Goodbye.
Make a save here. I do have a bunch of points that I'm willing to sink into it. It's a windbreaker, right? Just those two, I think.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
But just imagine them.
Goodbye, officer.
No, not that. Where's reverts? Okay.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
you close.
But just imagine.
Goodbye, officer.
Spend 2 points now, and I might fail it this time, I guess.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
Shit.
You close your.
Well,
Just
now
imagine the motion.
It's to express.
Is that a ball?
I don't think there's any way for me to do it now.
It's hard to tell for sure with the fused together spikes, but it looks like he's balding.
It's because you're
Well,
balding?
because I'm balding, yes. I want to fuse the remains of my hair together before it leaves me. I want to show my hair. I don't give a fuck how old you think I am. I'm 20, not 20.
Is it important for you to be an individual?
Of course it is. Otherwise, I'd just be another poor guy with no education and no money. General issue, man. Now I'm all that, and I have radical spikes.
Fair
Maybe
enough.
it was a bad idea. Anyway, goodbye.
I don't know if this check has any other circumstance bonuses.
DeLorean Church, the place to be! Make some noise, my church people!
Vibrations thump through your blue soul. The music sounds much better in the church. A hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane, tangled in its branches, something bronze flutters in the wind. He stands on stage behind a table, nodding along to the music and waving his hand in the air. In front of him, the audio mixer, one reel spinning. The other reel deck is empty. Cables run hither and thither. On one side, you see an auxiliary line in with the number 4.5 written next to it.
How do you like it in the church?
Yeah! Back on the case! No disgrace! Bring it down to party place! The first page of the
Element kid.
second chapter!
Could it be? Maybe for him, you only have a chapter or two left in you. Last of the penultimate, more like.
Yes, what is it?
How's the project going?
What? What did you say?
How's the project
I
going?
can't hear you. The music is too loud.
Project, how is it going?
Oh, the project. It's not going well.
Why?
There's that guy. I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers.
Why don't you just ask
He
him?
doesn't listen to me. He only ever seems to care about hardcore and Yekukata. A place to be, apparently.
I'll speak to
Thanks.
him.
Maybe you can get through his magic rhymes. Let me know how it goes.
Got you, man. Let's go.
Good morning, comrade! Yeah! Harder core!
Can you please route Juno's signal through your speakers?
Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary! What kind of a cable does she use? 3.5 or 4.5?
3.5.
She uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary lining is 4.5 millimeter. These two don't mix.
You have an adapter?
Oh no, we're going to be in this church forever.
Don't worry, I have
Love
an
you, Kim.
adapter for it right here. Hang on, this is a 4.5. We're all good, people!
Whoa, thank God. Adapters noticeably degrade the sound quality.
Thanks, interfacing.
Great! Someone got through to him. Okay, let's get it all set up. Can we turn the music off, please?
Everybody! Everybody! Don't panic! I'm going to turn off the on for just
Did
a
they
second
accidentally double
for a
Andre down there?
special scheduled event. The Arno will be back, but we're doing something else for one moment. All right, Go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tunes, and then I'll turn off the music.
Oh, it was just something with the dialogue. Okay.
You got us in, cop. I can't believe you got us in.
With wonder in his sharp eyes.
Between you and me,
Sync the signs with Noid.
this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority, but you really came through for the hardcore underground.
Yes, you really came through for the hardcore underground. How come?
Andre is busy cutting some slightly less lame, but still quite ungainly shapes on the church floor, sweating profusely. Estelle using her contact mic to listen to a tree underwater. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him
For
is
all
rattling
mankind.
from the bass.
Better here than in that tent. It wasn't safe.
What he means is, you're right, actually. The tent was a safety hazard, and this place was deserted
What do you
anyway.
think about the church?
It's a miracle of carpentry. Their bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more.
How old do you think this church is?
That's right. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it, on the coast here. Was one of the first things they did. Must have been really scared of something, but I understand. Alone on an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves and nature. Pre-industrial quantities of solitude, the sea, perhaps something more fundamental.
He means something paranatural. He must...
I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well.
Style.
A cop who's into building critique. Okay then.
Folk
This is
DeLoreanism.
folk DeLoreanism. Lawmonger, huh? It's a subset of early DeLorean architecture.
Not just a cop. I'm an art cop.
Hardcore.
Hard of core. What is DeLorean architecture like? Total.
Everything between an ancient concrete cathedral and a glass cube is DeLoreanism. This is just an homespun version of it. Folksy stuff. Early mass production. They made thousands like this. Does that help you out? Like that woman there. Vertical, thin, white. A false image of grandeur. The source of the system is up there. You're at the bottom. They really dug that power vertical. Like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires. Put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Married shit. Virtue and tyranny. Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside. Before the sea wind took all the paint off.
Year after year, flake after flake, whitewashed clean, then covered in green moss, slowly peeled by the wind. Your skin crawls from the sensation as you look around.
What do you mean by dead bodies?
Dead bodies of perennial plants. Sigma functions have left this place. It's a good thing we came along. The spiritual collapse has been total.
Spiritual
I saw
collapse?
some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, cop man? After a short while, they shuddered and went away. They had sensed that she could no longer see them, and that she wasn't like them anymore. What they loved in their mother weren't her body, but whatever it was that made her body live. End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass. The power of anodic beats and hard bass is needed to reanimate it.
Religion has stopped being hardcore?
It never was. A 3,000-year-old regime of history, built by hundreds of generations of self-appointed intellectuals. It's false to the core.
The way he says it, the force in false core, is invested with 20 kilotons of disgust.
You propose dance music will supplant the system?
Dance music. Regular dance music wasn't hard enough. And yes, I do.
How do you like the glasswork?
I don't. Fuck are giving me the evil eye.
Now you don't like the stained glass window.
It's in here. We have to get rid of it. Dismantle it. can't dance with a giant mass murderer looking at ya. Not a good look for the club.
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of love. Mass murder on the floor.
But she's pretty. You say she was human?
I like this question, Cop Man. She did not live the life of a human. She lived like someone who's playing a game. The life of an operator. That's not the life that humans live. She was adored. Humans aren't. I don't know about you, but they hate me. And they do not think I'm innocent or some shit like that.
I hate this too. I have thousands of fans. I'm surrounded by love and support all the time.
They loved her. They put all their love in her and forgot all about the rest of us.
What a strange choice of words. Caustic, overflowing with negativity. That can't be healthy. What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window?
I don't know.
Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't come back to this anymore. Stop talking about it, please.
Hard to say, Cop Man. Signs in here are distinctly wild. Gonna take a while before everything's properly synced. I did get to talk to the Crabman though.
Crabman.
Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a psychic rundown of this place. Dude's seen some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us.
You mean all this sobriety stuff isn't too restrictive for you?
Talking to him, I realise that sobriety can be pretty hardcore.
Straight
too.
edge.
I gotta respect it. The man picks up on stuff, and he knows a lot about the church. I got a lot to learn from him. Good thing you didn't squash him.
What did Tiago tell you about the church?
The Crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubies built this place about 320 years ago as a sarcophagus.
You mean there are dead bodies
Not
here?
like a literal sarcophagus. I'm just being metaphorical.
What's it for?
Encasement, confinement of something they were afraid of. Something new and unheard of on the Isla.
I did screw up the red perception check to look up there before.
Experiencing when he climbs around upstairs. Like, this is some old world shit the Ubies had heard about. I thought the best way to deal with it was to build a church surrounding it to contain it.
What exactly?
I don't know. And it's not something they properly
The
understood
millimeter of
either.
empty space?
Well, it does, but it's what this Sona person is looking for and trying to measure. It'll be fruitless though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. All those things they really can't.
The wood creaks as a gale blows by. Outside, dust particles fall through the darkness, settling down on the age-bleached floorboards. The structure does not feel particularly durable.
This building seems less than structurally sound.
No, it's pretty fucking unsound if you ask me. They should have built a club for anodic music around it instead. Anodic music will definitely contain whatever we're dealing with. And if it can't, well, seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this. It's not like substance.
Human commercial area?
Like a concentric ring spreading out. The struggling villages. And that is what caused the communards to fail in defending the beachhead. Yeah, a lot of failure has gone down around here.
Doesn't sound plausible.
I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. It's not even a thing we
I'm a
can
limited
answer,
psi
Cop
person.
Man. Even I have limits. I'm a limited psi person. Maybe you can figure things out, Cop Man. I think we got on a good level here. The signs
Right,
are
so
syncing
suspicious.
up well. Suspicious people are esoteric people. We don't go around spilling everything to Johnny Law. They don't call me Noid for nothing. It took us setting out for this whole enterprise to get our signs synced. It's
Why are you
short
called
for
Noid?
Paranoid.
No, that makes sense. Ask
A
why?
reasonable question. Say I get hurt. I want to make sure it never happens again. So I analyse the situation. Exercise caution. Caution is suspicion.
What are you suspicious of?
It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious of.
Yeah, IRL.
I'm not suspicious of sound and colour. Mechanics and chemistry also have a trueness about them. Most anything else deceives. Wants to steal your life away.
This is a good, dangerous line of questioning. You should prod him on.
What are the most suspicious
I
things?
don't have a top 10 list of things I'm most suspicious of, but if I had one, the left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment, the pig-wheat paradigm.
It's encyclopedia?
Something
Yeah.
is off here. You feel like it should be the other way around.
Right, paradigm in the pig wheat complex?
No, politics is an inert complex of daily corruption and inane think pieces. The real paradigm is economic, and it concerns pig and wheat. This is where the innovation happens. It's only a theory, but I suspect they're breeding a pig-wheat hybrid.
What?
Probably in Grad.
What's suspicious about the production of pork and wheat?
It's only our shit. We should make better use of not being animals, or cereal grain, ourselves.
It's our only shit and we fucking suck at it. It's bad about animals. Animals are cute.
Animals are cool, guys. I like animals.
Animals are cool, guys.
But that doesn't mean I have to be one myself.
Tell me more about the left-right business.
I prefer not to. Both ask the wrong questions. Any spark
He's a
of light
South
from
Park
either one is
centrist.
accidental. Their combined movement's only concern is producing enough pig and wheat for everyone. The end goal of humanity. The original mistake was assuming that words have more being than bodies. That's what led us astray. Far from our true lives, but we may yet find a way back.
Whatever this true life is, you feel it's the real centerpiece of this mythology.
That was
His
simulating.
eyes flicker.
What's with the clothes?
Hardcore.
They're hardcore? That's it?
Just clothes.
Oh, there'd be more to
Just
it.
a style, you know, normal hard style. Anyone can wear it.
That's fair.
She's whistling a melody, her trusty contact mic attached to a wooden pulpit. At the sound of your footsteps, she stops what she was doing and turns to you.
I didn't realize there was a bunch of pulpits.
there.
That's kind of interesting.
I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty cool. Creaks and stuff. Like you're underwater, you know? But like, underwater inside
Okay,
a
that
tree.
line from earlier makes more
And
sense
yes,
now.
I'm being more like Contact Mike, alright?
Don't even bring it
Don't
up.
even bring it up.
But Contact Mike
No,
is...
no. I actually wanted to thank you for getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are.
How's everyone
Good,
doing?
I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the
All
carpentry
the Contact
very
Mike stuff with
impressive.
her is great.
Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been keeping the party up. He's got the stage under control. Sauna, the programmer, she's doing whatever she does behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much, and the Crabman hasn't shown himself, thank God.
Can you tell me about your associates now?
You helped us out. I can repay the favour.
Tell me about Suna.
Oh, she's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk much. I'm not really sure how to vibe with her, you know? Seems like she's not in a very good mood most of the time. But earlier today, she told me about Welkins, and she seemed oddly happy, like she had some idea with those little creatures. Some artistic idea. I didn't really listen, I was busy with my mic.
What about the
Oh, the
Crabman?
Crabman. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't actually come down that much, just climbs around the rafters. I just try to stay away from the Crabman. But he talks to Noid. They seem to have some thing going on.
Talks to
Beats
Noid.
me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess.
What does he do up
Who
there?
knows? He doesn't really answer our questions, see? Not that it's easy to ask them. What are we
Good point.
supposed to do? Yell up at the tower? Who do you want to know about?
Andre.
He's a cool guy. Doesn't really come off as one, but he is. He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until everything falls into place. He's an organizer.
What is he organized?
Nothing. But then again, there's nothing to organise around here either. He really wants this church thing to work. Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an augury. I don't know where he got that from. Andre's not super intelligent. I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. And he's often psyched. Looks sort of desperate, like it's his last chance or something. Or maybe he was just high. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know?
On life?
Yes. Anyway, yes.
Sandra, your boyfriend.
Who do you want to know about? He's
No
a
idea.
four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but Noid and the rest are from Forberg, making the pilgrimage up north to visit the Elysium. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle.
What does he do?
What do you mean, do? Like, for a living?
Yes.
He's a carpenter,
No.
trained and all. He's very good.
He
just
knows about the
doesn't have
architecture.
mindset to work like that, in a shop somewhere.
What kind of mindset
He
is
abides
that?
by the hardcore, sir. You would have to ask him yourself.
And you?
Sir, I abide by the law.
A strange feeling. Every now and then, something feels off about the way she speaks. She doesn't change tone, but you feel as though there's more about her than she lets on.
Interesting. What's this pilgrimage you're
It's just
talking about?
something poor Forberg kids do every spring. To pass the time, we walk the entire length of Boogie Street, up to Jamrock. Or as much as possible. I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering.
I told you I'm a raging alcoholic who recently drank himself into oblivion so deep he can't remember what sounds like the biggest street in the city. Let's say I haven't been down Boogie Street.
Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot of immigrants and all kinds of different people.
Might just do
Yeah.
that.
I hope you do. Who do you want to know about? What do you
Egghead.
mean?
What do you think he's doing when he yells all that stuff?
Oh, that. He's the party boy. And Nordic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offence if you like rock music though. Rock music's cool by me.
Encyclopedia?
Pachu.
Ah.
Swish. Your credentials as the resident future man of Revachol are being questioned. Show her you're hip with the times, Gramps.
You don't have to tell me rock is backward. I am the future man. I abandoned rock in the 30s. Stupid rock.
Okay. Anyway, even if you don't have vocals, you still need someone to say something every now and then, right? To urge things on. That's where the party boy comes in. He basically just stands on the stage and dances and yells how awesome everything is.
The hype man.
It's very catchy.
I love the Proto Men. They're one of my favorite bands that routinely shows up at PAX. They're very, very talented at what they do. They have got one of their band members doesn't play anything though. He's just kind of a hype man, and it's weird.
I understand. People are usually.
I think he's just like their friend who doesn't play any instruments or sing.
Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing makes you sneeze, or yawning makes you. Anyway.
Thanks, Kim. How long has he been with you guys?
Actually, we don't know where he's from, or who he is, really. One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forberg. Or maybe even Coal City. I can't remember. Maybe it was Coal City.
The worst of the Banlieues. A wretched heap of closed-down mines, even west of Jamrock, on the dusty slope of Montmartin, the remotest possible
A line
area
from
of
Kim
Revachol.
about dancing?
No one even wants to exploit those people anymore.
Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines. There were mines? Yeah, it was in Coal City. Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. Couldn't even speak. It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. We never really asked why he came with us, or who he was. I think his name is Jermaine. People are sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. The memory causes her to go silent for a moment or two. You wish you'd been there.
Who do you want to know about?
What about yourself?
Me? Again? I told you, I'm a silver bird.
There's that phrase again. It really reminds you of something.
What does that
It means I
mean?
don't answer questions about myself.
More to you than you let on.
All right. There is.
Fair
Thank
enough.
you. Sure.
Catch the silver bird. Dress code avian investigator. Oh, because of my necktie? No shit, that's pretty cool. Huh. Okay, I got -1 reaction speed from the pants, so I don't want those. I think I had stuff that gave reaction speed. Lots of pants are a penalty to it, apparently.
Welcome back.
Oh, that's way better. Still
The
failed.
silver bird has already flown away. I will catch it later.
Welcome back.
The silver bird has already.
I'm gonna burn through all these skill points real fast.
Welcome back.
O pasaro de hint. It flutters by your ear. It's what the Zemoyaki, the Gradian community in Revachol, call a person who never breaks under interrogation. It's an organized crime term.
Excuse me?
She's attempting to remain calm, but the phrase made her flinch.
What do you mean?
Silver bird.
Alright. My father was a Zemyaki. He died years ago. He was a bad man. Not a lot of good things to say about him and what he did. He bought the family a huge house, so we got to live, at least temporarily, in a giant castle in Jamrock. And then he died.
What happened next?
What do you think? The competition came and took everything away. It was like in a war zone. So after his death, we had nothing left, and we were in danger. My mother had to change her name, mine too. We left it all behind.
Sure about that?
It was a stupid idea, and I'm still disappointed I came up with it.
Aren't there any local authorities who might look down on such activities?
I took that into account, of course. Coordinated the operation with the debardeurs, else they might get unhappy.
Everard authorized
Not in person,
this?
but I let them know. You can't do anything without the fat ones getting wind. It wasn't too difficult to convince them, really. It's a good thing you ended that mess, though. I felt I was turning Dadwise into a corrupt business person. Unpleasant.
With a fluid gesture, you seize her wrist, a hand just centimeters from your nose.
Should confront Everard about this.
No, I don't think it would lead anywhere with Everard. He's just going to deny it.
Yeah. Have you seen Everard?
I have. Fortunately. Okay, I gotta put my pants back on. Took them off temporarily to succeed on a skill check. Boots. Guess I'll see if any of that gave me a circumstance modifier to dance.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Found the melody, dance fever, higher quality audio.
Goodbye, officer.
I'm just probably not even gonna bother attempting the Kim check.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
I really would have liked it if it, like, I would even be honestly happy with it if it was like you just make him really uncomfortable and you like use your, because I would be Kim in that situation. Like, I will never dance. It's never going to happen. And I've had people like say, "Oh, come on, Dylan, you got to dance," and I'm like, "No, I don't want to. I really don't want to." It's really, really uncomfortable, right? And like, I feel like that was a perfectly fine avenue for failure dialogue.
You close your
Even if he
eyes
got
and
really
think,
mad about it, you know?
Dark
Alright, we'll skip through this as much as we can here.
Yeah. Who fucking cares? No. Or who? No. Or. Oh, don't worry. Nothing.
It comes to you.
This is where.
To rule the world, I am
From what I can see.
full heart.
With your eyes still closed, you have become a flawless interlocking mechanism.
Yeah.
A flesh and bone approximation free from self
Oh my god! No!
with.
Ah!
He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and the young woman
Asil, aren't you going to dance?
lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance. She's still at her mainframe, pressing button. The young man immediately bounces
I
up
love
and
that
down.
Andrea
Then
immediately starts
shifts
dancing.
The same, the dynamic motion of you feel as if turning on the hyperdrive will be a point of no return.
Here we go again!
Hardcore fills the air! The sound above my head!
On the coast of the Martinez Inlet,
I'll take the pass here since I didn't have the penalty from
Church,
Kim leaving.
built 380 years ago by settlers from the Occident, most likely to guard against an anomaly at its center. An officer of the RCM is contorting his body into idiotically rigid shapes as he invents the future of dance music. It's the hardest anyone has ever danced.
Wonderful.
I am La Revacholière.
This is the second time Shivers has talked with that voice.
I am the city.
You are the city.
I am a fragment of the world spirit, the genius Loki of Revachol. My heart is the wind corridor. The bottom of my air is red. I have 100,000 luminous arms.
This is awesome.
Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I shake the dust from those leaves and onto your coat. I've seen you. I've seen you. I've seen you with her. And I've seen you without her. I've seen you on the crescent of the hill.
Are you talking to me?
The modulations of my voice are noted down with thermometers and barometers. You feel me in your nostrils.
Shivers is
On
Frisson.
the little hairs on the back of your neck. I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. Everywhere there is space.
Would you like this figurine?
You are an officer of the citizens' militia, Jaunt in Rebut. When you wear your coat, you wear my soul. You move through my streets freely, in motor carriages and on foot. You have access to the hidden places. You also circulate among those who are hidden. I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant. I love you.
An officer of the RCM is lying
No,
on
he
the
still
floor
pass
of
out.
a small church with his eyes rolled back and his tongue lolling out. Several others are standing around him. He slowly comes to.
Had a good rest there?
Spoke to the city of Revachol.
Fuck yeah! I bet you did. Those were some advanced moves, man.
That's all great, but we should really get going. We spent enough time doing aerobic exercise for today.
That's fair, Kim.
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned
I'm glad they
the
kept
volume
that.
down. Such is his respect.
Man! Now, man!
You joke, Yukipo, but Shivers seems like it's going to be a really fucking important skill with that check
Now
at
imagine
the
if we
Feld
did that.
Electrical.
End of human development. Hope I remember that. Don't worry, man.
Okay, cool. Let's get back to the old setup here. Oh, I forgot to put on the snakeskin shoes for that check. That's okay. Didn't need them.
Yes, what is it? Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just in case.
Maximum! Maximum is the only way!
Tell her, Egghead.
I know it is, but could you please turn it down just this instance? Just this one time? Maximum is not the only way, okay?
That just shows how much Egghead respects you for your dancing.
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard master! There's no other way! Glue style!
Blue style.
Okay, there literally is no other way. The mixing desk is glued to maximum.
That's funny.
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless.
I think what Egghead is trying to say is the volume button is
Of
stuck.
course it is.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment! Ray of sound!
Never mind then.
I love
Let's get on
Egghead.
with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready?
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air, waiting for the beat to drop.
Born ready.
Ready!
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically. Not so stoically. His hand moves to the gun holster. Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. The church seems cold and large, somehow.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
No wind outside.
Complete silence fills the room.
No floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. This is unnatural. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate. It's out there now, in the world, made manifest. The floorboards, the glass, the street.
Just a game over conditions, that would be kind of great.
Nothing will remain.
Guys, what's going on?
This fragile world is about to break.
It's getting louder!
In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
This is awesome.
Oceana! Mother of Mega!
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation.
Never heard anything this hardcore in my
The
life.
beauty and the beat! The future of dance! Planetary!
No, Egg! It's the window!
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously, his eyes searching for a possible evacuation route.
The window is going to come down! No, the roof!
Cracks appear on the stained glass window. Cracks run up the wooden pillars in the dark.
Come down to earth! Love!
It's shaking the building's foundation. The floor twists. A great pulse arises in your flesh.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Panic, it's beautiful.
Beautiful car! Beautiful life!
Shit! It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you? Yes, I've turned it off. Andre, pull the compressor. The place is gonna come down.
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
In the mixing desk now, building into a positive feedback loop. This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down.
Egghead, it's in the desk. Egghead's holding a black 3-pin connector.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore.
Oh, shit.
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against. Just erased it. Suliswolf isn't gonna believe this.
Yeah, but did you record it, though?
Did you record it, though?
I think we can use it.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now.
Oh, Egghead, that was too hardcore.
Eggman, you too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's a start.
Kim, did you hear
It was
that?
very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again.
Never heard anything like
It was
that.
mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically, I have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure.
You're gonna write?
Yes, our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers. If they're sober enough to open a transmission. They need to hear.
That it wasn't her fault. Or theirs.
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway. Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Suliswolf. Also devise further measurements.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I don't care, but thank you anyway.
That's the best she can manage for Andre. It's quite a lot in truth. For her, at least.
Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation to all this. Or the letter will sound like I've lost my mind.
Yes.
Fair.
And we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez. Instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise of unknown origins.
Some tiny hard thing lets go in your stomach. You're still alive.
Barely. I wonder if it's a game over there.
Somewhere deep in you know. The person you were knows.
Doom commercial area logic check? Interesting. Well, I have a shitload of logic bonuses, so let's make that happen. I think that's all of them, right?
Honorable one, you have accumulated a substantial amount of honor points on your life path.
Honor points?
You are a man most virtuous.
Wait, there were honor points?
Of course there were honor points. Did you think no one was paying attention to
That's
all
great.
of your honorable deeds? Honorable one.
I only try my best. It's the most any of us can do.
The modesty on this one. Another 10 honor points for you, sir. You are on the fast track to becoming one of the rarest, most revered of all police officers, an honor cop.
Isn't honor... My honor is my life.
Yes, your deeds are spoken for you, honorable.
Oh, honor points are a
But
thing?
to fully drape oneself in an eternal cloak of honor, a ritual must be completed. A rite of honor. Even among the honorable, only the most dignified are deemed worthy. But you, O honorable one, have excelled in honor. Honor comes from deep within you, and to truly know oneself, to know one's honor, one must reach deep within oneself and touch one's honor. You
Okay.
need to bring the thumb of your right hand, your sword hand, to your rectum and stick it in there to form the Arch of Honors.
What if someone comes and sees
Then
me?
they will witness honor so great, it seems nigh impossible a single man can contain it. They will admire you, honorable one.
All I ever wanted was to live with dignity and die with honor. Stick your thumb in your ass. This is a line I'm gonna draw.
Most dishonorable are those who have known honor, carried honor in their hearts, and then dishonored.
The honor fallen.
They are the honor fallen. You brought much shame on your family today. Your name will forever be tarnished by this most shameful of deeds. Be forever banished, shameful one.
Do I have like a negative? Is honor an actual score in here? Honor 5.
Yes, what is it?
Didn't put my thumb in my ass.
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago.
It is the pail. How?
These thoughts formed in you somewhere, in a long forgotten discussion, behind a kitchen table, in the evening light, drinking coffee and smoking, with a friend.
It's the origin point of the pail. It's how it starts. It's baby pail.
But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
20 meters from the very edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you.
Thought they were doing a pail thing with it.
Full, undivided attention. The lieutenant's, too. He takes his glasses off.
Transition between the world and that.
What is that?
It's nothing. No, It's less than nothing.
Final rest state of reality.
Then the pale is...
Radiant.
But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the pale is not. I understand. A theory of the pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold. Erupting in points inside the world.
That's interesting.
According to this, how long...
It's already started, starting with
and
sound.
Information. Causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also
Like it's connected to the one other sci-fi phenomenon in this
if it
universe.
has other effects, in addition to sound and data.
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM
knows how to think this.
Didn't form in a church, the church formed around it. Had this thought before.
Amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however.
Thanks, Kim.
Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
Didn't form in a church, the church formed around it.
Of course! A pine wood sarcophagus. Or a containment facility of some kind. Built by the first settlers.
It's cool, like they have the Chernobyl sarcophagus. I love that Noid mentioned that.
I have considered the same. The bad news is there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first provincial settlement.
6 of them have been destroyed.
Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but you think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced
I don't think it
the
has.
outcome of events here? Even say software development?
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It wasn't only them.
Because it's empathy, I don't want to put it all on her.
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them.
Should let the people still working in there know about this. They might be affected. No, it's better they don't know.
Them. But no, normal office buildings are bourgeois.
One day all the world will be like that 2mm hole.
She falls silent. The wind blows in.
Cleaning out the
hole
rooms.
in the
Interesting.
stained glass window, cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest, some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but...
I like this twist on the idea of entropy and like everything spreading out and decaying.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
The club is the only thing keeping this place and the rest of reality
I
together.
wouldn't go so far as to...
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
Tell him,
Thank
Egghead.
you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we?
Perfect, Kim.
We have an anthropomedic detection to perform in this district.
Perfect. Cleaning out the rooms. 5 hours. I think I can drop one of the ones that gives me healing. Yeah. Because I already have basically infinite healing. I guess that's the only one that really does. Could drop the +1 rhetoric from Suicide of Krasmazov. Anti-object task force was fun to take, but I don't actually need it anymore, so I think I'm going to drop it. I got the +1 physical boost from it. Yeah, it's pretty great. I like that it ties into the title of the game, and the title of the game ties into what's basically a elaborate side quest. Sources of shivers here. Pretty much just the shirt, right? Scarf. I already have like a 92% chance, but I'd like to get it to 97.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is
Establish the night call as a
away.
+2. Yeah. This is just a list of side quests in the area.
Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it. In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
I think that's smart.
She's down there.
Okay. Why?
The wind told me. Ever since I woke up, I've been getting strange cold spells.
Good, good. Yes. Cold spells. So basically your hangover is telling you she's down there?
Are we arguing that your shivers frisson effect is the hangover? I can talk to my hangover. That's how bad it's gotten. Call it a gut feeling.
How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
There's a ladder.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
Okay, cool.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded, and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180?
I'm a giant.
Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to do something more subtle? What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
Thank you, conceptualization.
Astral projection. Be open-minded.
What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport?
Teleportation is not a thing.
Even if it isn't, no one told you.
Thing for me, I can't remember. It's not a thing.
That's not how physics work, detective. And even if it were, wouldn't you need some kind of apparatus? A teleportation field or...
What are they talking about?
Teleportation, Mikhail. It's
Generally
thought impossible.
Oh yes, it could hurt.
Teleport to the roof? What the fuck? Oh, that's fantastic. Alright, hold on. Just through like raw style is how you're gonna do it? My sunglasses are gonna make it easier. I have room to put one more point into it.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is... Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle! It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
I just jumped for it, right?
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displays.
Don't gloat. Just stand there like a Samaran master.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
No, not like a regular person. Like a phase spider. The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly.
I'm guessing they just didn't want to animate you climbing the ladder, and they made a joke out of it. That's even better.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring without backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
Wonderful. Positively wonderful, as is most of this game. And let's get the visual calculus glasses back. Scroll past them? There. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. I know, right? I did it, Kim. I teleported. I basically just saw you climb the ladder like a normal person. I was hoping that's what it was going to be, that he was just going to climb the ladder and they were going to describe it as teleporting, so I'm really glad that it was what I was hoping for. Martinez 98. Faded postcard. Nothing is written on the back. They got to have their cake and eat it too, though, I think. Oh, it's the exit. Okay, my bad. Drugs raise learning caps, but they're bad for your health. Sorry, now I know. I thought maybe it was a container. Had the jam rocket. Your table is covered in orange mildew. Document silvery with mold.
2 rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
Who's there?
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get this door open.
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the 2 metal panels slide open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that. After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe.
Oh, yeah.
It was easy to miss before.
I did see that.
He's quite proud of himself.
At least now we know a quick way in and out.
Yes, we have an exit, so let's get going. Time to investigate these passages.
I like that you get the hint to that when you walk past it, but I assume this is the only way for you to get in normally. This one's suggestion. without the penalties of the other thing that gives me +1 suggestion. Thanks, flashlight. No one slept here in months, maybe years. Ooh. What this kind of hat is called? An Ushanka, okay. It's a great line in Uncle Buck, where John Candy's like, people hate this hat. It angers them. Friendly neighborhood communard. Huddled by the state.
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles with all manner of socio-economic theory.
Oops, it's a fashion faux pas.
Kraz Mazov would have worn this Ushanka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo. Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or not, wearing this hat has made you more communist.
So there's like a set of different pieces of gear that are inspired by the different politics, I guess. Oh yeah, the slit window we saw from outside.
And mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider.
You just get it for free there if you don't have it yet.
Portrait.
Look, Kib, it's Comrade Mazov.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
How long ago?
Half a century. This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
Propaganda. Whenever I hear that, I now think of Beyond Good and Evil. What's with all these secret weapon caches and secret bunkers?
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
Maybe I should move in here. Seems cozy.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
Connected to the Mazov bust?
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
Oh, youths.
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Brush the dust off the portrait.
Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand, grains sticking to the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
Really love that Kim is like the shiver's skill as you talking to your hangover. That's how bad it's gotten, Kim. Unnatural buzzing in the air. Buzzing sound is getting louder.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
Strange tingling.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Really don't feel anything?
No, but you are the sensitive one.
It's not a quib. The situation is dangerous.
Saw them too.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace, and it will start breaking down uncontrollably. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Found out Everard's plan to take the harbor. Maybe we should tell Joyce about
I leave
it.
that to your judgment. You already know what I think about
Is this like a
cross-pollinate information
point of no return
It's
warning?
dangerous, but
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
We've met Joyce. We don't know what she knows yet. We should find out. This is a really cool and flavorful way to communicate a point of no return and to communicate side quests that you haven't completed.
definitely. I think she knows something about the mercenaries, maybe. And she won't be around if the situation explodes. Okay, why not? Whatever goes down might also affect her. The Union is watching her closely now.
Not closely enough, you suspect, but still. Good.
But we can't do that anymore.
Once more.
You mean Morel? I don't see how cryptozoology...
I can't finish that quest because I fucked up with Kuno.
The situation in the city will get tense for everyone.
If it gets that tense, the amateur zoologists might not be able to do their job.
How bad do you think things could get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Cool. Big fan. Pretty much had that flashlight equipped for the whole game, so now's not a good time to stop.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm. It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. The gun, your gun, can be an item of destruction, but also creation. The Villiers-LaSalle art project. Time to shoot some beauty through the heart of Martinez.
Is that a thought under certain circumstances? Feels strange.
Suddenly, your entire body is
Ruby,
paralyzed.
instigator.
Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
Interesting.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
For your ears.
No, buddy. That's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
You're under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
You gonna kill me too?
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field. Wow, check out the big brains on you. You're not entirely wrong. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable.
You didn't have that Joyce conversation. This would be so confusing.
You can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
It'd be great if the communist hat, like, covered your ears during this, because it looks like she's got ear protection.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
How'd you get your hands on this thing?
And she's proud of it too. As she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
You experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
3, 4, 2, 4, 5, 5, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, make sure that doesn't trigger a copyright thing.
You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not the cops. And of herself, merely as prey.
Turn it down so I can ask you something.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
2, 3, 6, 1, 8, 9, 2, 8, 1.
Look at her deal on mattresses.
For a deal on mattresses.
Turn this.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Be careful when you make your move.
It's not gonna work.
For questions, bide your time.
How'd you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
Hiding bullets?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
Oh, insert. Sorry, Andrea was calling, telling me she's going to bed. She thinks she's been betrayed. Didn't rat you out. The washerwoman.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
Praying for the worst?
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Did you shoot Lily?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
Gender traitor.
Oh. I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this.
You arrested her. Consider yourself avenged.
Oh, I wouldn't have wished that upon her. The girl was playing some dangerous games, but even with what she did to me, I wouldn't have wished that upon her. She had some pretty messed up people after her. She's going to come out of that meat grinder a different person, if she comes out at all.
It's very like Robble Puzzlewell, like Planescape Torment boss encounter here.
Kasia couldn't have known I was here. How did you?
First guess wasn't entirely off.
Titus and his boys, man. They told us you were on the coast.
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like...
A dour despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal, I opened them up.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Do it by asking questions, and I have some
like
for you.
What? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Say Lely was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Don't feel sympathy for mercs?
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do. Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate him, okay?
I'm listening.
Do you have an alibi?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me.
10 minutes they couldn't account for.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
Investigation has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Play pinball much?
No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why?
Some mysterious pinball machines and some pretty mysterious rooms in the whirling.
And probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries.
Do you like elevators?
The fuck do elevators have to do with anything?
Do you or
Not
don't you?
particularly.
Not even quaint old rickety ones?
Not really into old
I really
shit
don't think
for
she
old
did this. That's interesting.
God damn it!
So you know she's not an antiques enthusiast.
Thanks in conceptualization.
Not my jurisdiction, man. But it also doesn't sound like she used that secret route at all.
There's a secret way from the ground floor of the whirling to the
Don't
roof.
know it, but also,
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
the shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't ever able to find the other two shot points. I was really trying to find them, but I wasn't getting the thoughts for the other two. I'm guessing it was the one on the boardwalk, maybe?
And?
Do you have another gun somewhere?
Don't.
The breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Do you sell antique rifles on the side?
Never really got into weapons trafficking. Especially not old weapons. They break too often, and you don't want unhappy customers among gun collectors.
Where'd you get your gun?
The gun store. Trigger Happy Jacks.
Doesn't sound like the name of a real
What do
store.
you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal. A Noctway 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That isn't it.
Other evidence I want to ask you about.
Evidence.
To hang out on
Who
rooftops?
doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
Is it the only reason you hung out on the roof?
View's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
What's so great about her
It's very
antenna?
powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Sure you didn't
Yes,
shoot
I'm
the merc?
sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
Which I was thinking it was, but I couldn't find the place to
Where?
investigate it.
More questions before doing anything.
Who killed the merc if it wasn't you?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering.
Still holding to my
She
theory.
sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Did she also seem
Oh,
high?
yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
Well, you said you knew something.
No, I really didn't.
Was wrong
She's
immediately.
not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit.
Though, wouldn't it be great if, because I lost my memory, I'm the one who killed the guy?
She asked me to come upstairs. The
Had a couple
she'd been
clues to
going
that
with lying
in
on
skill
the
checks
bedroom
before.
floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
How'd you manage to come up with a plan so quickly?
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea. Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised
But I shouldn't have already been there, so it wouldn't have been me.
She was able to get a hold
They did
of
say that I
herself
was
once
involved
we
in the
got
church
up.
raid earlier, though,
It
so...
was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck. To fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
That's bad that she'd be so calm.
I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Do you think she killed Ellie
As I
herself?
keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
That was still my guess.
Even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going... fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
You didn't kill him, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Oh, fucking me.
Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise.
Who's everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with a disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time. All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you.
No one's agent? I don't even know who La Puta Madre is.
Sure, you don't know. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this Madre?
You know what I did. I fucked him over. And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you roll into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
When I came into town, was there anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
Interesting. Who was in the death squad?
It wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
Interesting. What else can you tell me?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are. Literally. Satellite Officer Vicmere looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Minot. We can either take a room here in the whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
I think I know them. They're in Martinez.
Friction, lock, set.
Don't leave me here. Please leave.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
You know about the bunker?
What bunker?
Communist hideout back there.
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Thought I got all these drugs.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
Momentary window of clarity. I feel like I should give it a try, but I'm not very happy about 42%. Oh, can I spend points here? Oh wow, look at my pain threshold. No shit, that's kind of cool. Cool. Yeah.
You did it. The compressor is broken on its side.
Is it the fucking rigorous self-critique? Is that why I have it so high?
Like hell.
That's fucking amazing. If that's like a really critical endgame skill check that where I kept saying I don't want to get rid of that because of flavor reasons. You okay, Kim?
All good, officer. Be careful.
Fortunately, Kim also had a supply of 7 Nosaphed.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
Convince her to put the gun down. I used too many skill points before.
She's truly desperate.
I didn't need it, but that's okay.
She has no other options. You need to give her options. You know.
Maybe I can still talk her out of it?
This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives.
Please just walk away.
She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
You don't have to do this. You're not cornered. I'm letting you go.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I would have done the same had I not been incapacitated.
I think she didn't do it.
Her tent. We should check it out.
Bunch of extra
The pale
real.
red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled-up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal a trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Thank you, Kim. There is no way out.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here seriously.
Unwind the strap.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
And logistics.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
What are the diagrams
Esoteric
of?
radio technology. The most
Contact bike
recent
information?
ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. The way some of those question marks trail off into ellipsis, she was going through a tough time.
How far back do the entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
She right day Lily died.
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
Maybe understand that in a second.
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th. Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick
This
around.
might end up
just
being
to
more
twist
like
my
Planescape
own
Torment than
by
I thought.
constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? The call? Did M call her personally? Why? Were you supposed to find her? Even apart from the investigation, then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake.
Am I sure this is a mistake? Look at me.
Whatever you may look like, you don't feel like a hired assassin. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. That must have been one hell of a conversation.
What's the most recent entry?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move?
It could have kind of floating skill
Staging
plate.
lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
Am I really a La Puta Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure. The head of a major Jamrock gang, specializing in drug production and trafficking. A very bad person.
The mother of all bitches, is that right?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than Guido's. Especially if she has problems with the Madre. Could have been Titus. Then again...
No one heard the shot.
Maybe there's a hardy boy we've yet to meet, who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Yes, let's. Okay, so I am out of skill points. And... oh. Missed this before. I dumped all of my points because I thought that that was the final conversation. I didn't realize that you could even spend points in the middle of a conversation, but I guess I know that now. I think I'm just going to go with it and pray for the best. Composure, shivers. Can I, try to maximize the average score that I have across all of my skills? Jesus Christ. I don't think I can. I just have to pray, I guess. Shivers told me about the coat. Or when I was first in the room, I was able to loot it, technically.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components. Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass. Slides with an inlaid nervous system.
Interesting. That's cool.
The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know. The why is easy, because they hadn't come up with modern silicon-based systems yet. For vitreous cast filament memories, though, these seem incredibly advanced.
Hey look, Kim. Old cybernetics.
So it is. I think these used to form a single system, slotted in the wall.
Is that all that remains of Felder
The
RNG?
rest of the building seems to have been picked clean. These? No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find that device here. You will be disappointed.
All you will find here is pain.
That was pretty great, though. So I'm open to a spoiler now. If I hadn't have done the pain threshold red check, I was worried that that was going to be a game over state to just accept it at the bottom. There's just been more damage taken or something. It was fun in the moment to believe that that was like the final skill check of the game, and that I happened to have a really stupid thought to let me pump my like 6 skill points into it. Even if that's not actually the case. It felt good at the time to believe that. You just took another damage, okay. Yeah, lots of damage in that room. I didn't even try to teleport. I didn't think so. Did I have something about trying to find her? Okay, maybe not. I thought there was a thing about trying to find
just up ahead. Danger.
Her on the coast.
You are prepared. Don't put away your friend, your weapon.
This is where it would have told me to equip my gun.
Inspect the barrels of your VA's 9mm pistol.
Kim, there's danger up ahead.
I hear commotion. Let's go.
Good. Be ready to take damage.
Gotta stop. Can I sneak into Frita real quick and buy some more nasal spray? Probably not.
The gnarled hawthorn tree.
Piss off, nature.
The hawthorn tree is disappointed by your betrayal and psychopathic.
Oh shit, oops. I don't have the thing anymore that makes me heal from that. I'm gonna have to waste a heal on it.
Smooth move, operator. We done here.
The gnarled hawthorn.
Well, hopefully that doesn't get me in trouble later.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Turns out he was a mercenary all along.
Put
There were some hints to that.
gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the scab leader. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Kim, what's going on here?
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
Peaceful.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Interesting.
Fuck. There are 3 of them. I was hoping there would be less.
Man, Kim's swearing. You know it's serious.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Big one is the damn scab leader.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Don't die.
Calm down a bit.
Big fuck!
I can see you're drunk.
Ah, yeah. Welcome to the fucking party. You're probably gonna get killed too. I don't give a shit if you're cops.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
She doesn't seem to understand the severity of the situation.
Legendary rhetoric.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it.
That's
the
it.
big one. If you talk to him, he will rattle you, not the other way around. Peace. Always peace.
Oh, cool.
It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please. All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Who's in charge of your unit?
I am a Grinnell Major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike.
You are the highest ranking?
Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
It's the highest rank.
Reaper.
Reconsider your actions.
You're right. But you see, I want it to end in bloodshed.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something. Easy now.
Oh God.
Tell them these men didn't
Got my suggestion penalty.
There's a peaceful way out.
Had blue eyes.
Yeah? Who did?
It was me.
No, wait! He didn't.
He is tense, like a steel spring under full load.
I'm an amnesiac cop. I probably did it and I can't even remember I did. Did it, I'm so sorry.
This is funny. What if I just shot one of your pals here for fun? Huh? How about the kid? That'd be fucking funny.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
On 72%?
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
He was shot, he wasn't hanged.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
The hanging was a cover-up.
Liars.
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call.
Not gonna shoot him. That's definitely not gonna happen. 8% hand-eye coordination. Wild Pine does not approve of this. If I want to spend my 1 point, it's the one that I have a chance of succeeding at. I wish I could get rid of some of my suggestion penalties. I should have saved my points for this.
Of course. Nothing bad will happen. Talk about his dead friend. He seems stable enough to take it. Even better, it will further destabilize him, costing time and maybe even lives.
I feel like I got to know your dead friend.
Don't fucking talk to me about my brother, Loincloth.
Okay, yes. Immediate failure. Things are worse now. He's observing your every motion carefully.
Wild Pines rep does not approve of this.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Wild Pines is not going to forgive you massacring a bunch of innocent people. I'm not going to get the authority for what if I just call her now.
Now is not a good time to strike. He's looking right at your hands. Do something else. Get him distracted.
If I call her now...
She's gone, you stupid fuck. Sailed off 5 minutes ago. She doesn't give a shit about you silos. You're alone.
I'm gonna get the bad ending.
Look to the
hand-eye coordination. I should have put on those sneakers.
On the horizon, by the crumbling sea fort, growing smaller.
Stay cool! Don't do anything stupid! The company bitch is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Guys, I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
They're huddled close in a formation. Still, the rest will stay. Even if it means dying here with him.
You're all drunk. Look at yourselves.
So what?
Your judgment is impaired. You'll regret this.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Oh my god. 1 into 4? It's not gonna happen. That's not a happy number. If I had maybe put the skill point in that instead of in a suggestion, maybe it would be possible. Nope. Venom in the armor.
Explosion expels the bullet from the chamber. With a puff of smoke, it hits the man square in the chest, producing a soft clicking sound in the armor. Like dice rolling, the kinetic energy of the 9mm front-loaded bullet is distributed evenly across the chest piece and into his hands.
Go ahead. I
already missed him once. Didn't do anything.
Primitive. Take me out. Kill him.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady.
Are you gonna save the day, Kim? Don't let Kim die. No.
Slowly. An Easter AR-FA
Dodge the shots.
Built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you.
Blink. Think.
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. It's not easy. He has 0.6 seconds to do so. He won't make it. You're on your own. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing on you. God, you're so frail. Too frail to think further. Time is running out.
Nope.
The shot rings and you stumble. Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible force. A volcano of burning pain erupts from your left shoulder. The pain flows over your entire body like an awful shock. A grim knowing rises from within.
Shouldn't have spent all those points on pain threshold. This would have been a lot more interesting otherwise.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet.
Oh God,
An
Kim.
extremely difficult shot.
Get a double
Then
6.
2 shots reach your hands, and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit.
Did he hit the rifleman?
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back.
Don't kill Kim.
The sounds coming from his helmet are not human.
Honestly, it'll make me sad, but if Kim dies, it's consistent with the tone of the story. I'll be sad, but
An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers.
or Glenn.
Oh God, watch out!
Impossible. Evade the shot. Man squeezes the trigger. Look him in the eye.
Of happiness. His eyes seem unnaturally bright, shining like stars. Something in the fear must distort him somehow. He is evil, and the end.
It's gonna be like an earn it type thing where like...
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Listen through the darkness.
The Hardy Boys are yelling. Someone is running, jumping over you. In the background you hear gunfire shatter glass, and then a man in pain. A familiar sound. It's Titus with a splat like meat. You hear bullets rip into him. His voice, still giving orders, grows fainter. A gurgle. He's not gonna make it.
Touch your lower body.
Slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got.
Parts of me are missing.
Most of what's down there. It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No. It's just a fear. Even if... Who cares? No one wants you anyway.
God, Inland Empire.
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing
Getting the
lights of
Tarantino ending.
distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
No one wants to do anything with me. No one wants to party with me. It's a white shadow that smells like apricots. It's always there.
Stay with me.
Said I have a vast soul. I shouldn't have called her.
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And the cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him, a shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
Mine 83% authority, my worst skill. Kim trusts you. +2.
Behind you,
Critical
from
success.
bloody lips. Your eyes are full of fear.
If I can save Kim, that's all that matters. I'm fine with me dying.
There's no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure, too, is gone. And so is Kim. and the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours. Hurting. Moaning in his sleep. And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs. And
Brain
feeling
dead.
saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days.
In a wheelchair.
Soon we will get up again and go through it. Again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The engine of a Caprice Canema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
The room is so much nicer now.
It's nothing. You're alive.
Hey,
That's what matters.
all those points in pain threshold getting me a line of dialogue.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
That's what's on my gun, I think. The room is
Mr.
clean.
Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How long have I been
2
out?
days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
You say sunrise?
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise.
I prepare for war.
It's an old revolutionary saying. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed. That's okay.
The impossible check is literally impossible? Really? The reaction speed one? Like it fudges it?
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Dramamine. Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad.
What happened? You shot the colonel, unsuccessfully. Then you threw your gun at him. A firefight ensued.
If you roll a 12, it gets logged as inevitably failed.
As retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit. With his carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight. When I found it, I shot and wounded him. While Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital. Yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left. Yes. You were bleeding out. I think you said something about your wife. And you warned me. I was able to disarm the Major before he got a jump on me.
Thank you. Although
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened.
Titus is dead?
Yes.
Thought you only smoked one a day.
This is the one.
And the Major?
He's in a private hospital across the river. Colonel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured. We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage.
How many casualties?
4. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Titus. All.
Absolute disaster.
Yes, officer. 6 people are dead. It's not a success. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The mercenary tribunal is neutralized. The worst scenario has not materialized yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
How bad am I hurt?
Pretty bad, officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through your shoulder blade, luckily missing your lung and heart. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed. Bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome.
I walk?
We will see.
You won't be able to dance much, that's for sure. You should be able to live with limping around, though.
Anyone from my station been to see me?
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Isn't that
I called
strange?
the station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
You haven't seen any, have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here? Sorry.
Sorry, Rhetoric. Even my skills are apologizing to me. Not my station, then who treated me?
I did.
Thank you.
No need.
I like the Kim trusts you bonus on that authority check. That was great.
Not very. I have a concussion from the Major beating me with the butt of his gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see him coming. Stupid of me. Easy now.
You can take it. Just don't lean on that leg of yours too heavily.
Hey, pain threshold.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
Need a cane now. My disco days are done.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Efrater.
What happens now?
I honestly don't know.
Because I totally do.
Do you? Because we can't talk to Evrard. The harbor's in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too. We never got to know what she would have told us. Yes, Joyce Messier. On the boat, you know? She could have helped us. It's clear the mercenaries were working for Wild Pines. At least partially.
I'm saying you should load your save.
It's a little late to elicit her support now. Ruby's gone. And Glacier, well, at least she's safely locked away.
Who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hangman?
I think your incredibly dangerous theory about you being the killer was incorrect, however. There is not one piece of evidence to support it.
I threw that out there because I was like, maybe I can sacrifice myself to stop the violence, but they didn't buy it.
Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
What the hole in the wall?
I don't know. That's been there for years. What?
They're on the roof. I didn't catch them.
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to catch everything.
He's wrong.
Every piece of garbage in the city is connected to the case.
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
That does make some sense.
Footprints.
Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable.
28% possibility the shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
An antique bullet.
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
For all these old bunkers and weapon caches, Revolutionary
We could
era.
find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
Can't believe they're fucking useless.
No need to be melodramatic.
You know what I think about solving
He arches his
crimes?
brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is hard.
It really is very hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
Are you ready to limp?
Let's
Good.
go.
Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics. Also, it's just close enough to endure the walk.
Let's just aimlessly wander until a clue presents itself.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Look, the door is open. You can walk right into Kim's room. Fix the window.
The fan stands still.
You get my better outfit. I like the Shivers coat, but... "6:50 a.m.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thank you for keeping this thing alive a little longer.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go?
Sure, let's. I have lots of questions about like what else could have happened in that encounter, but I'll wait to ask them until we get to the credits here. You don't run, it'll be okay. There's so many little hints about not running, but I don't know if they actually matter. Not sure.
Two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman having sex. A ray of backward motion explodes.
What is the point of origin, damn it?
The roof outside. It's not the roof, and had it come from the coast, you would have probably stumbled upon it while you were running around over there.
I just like to wrap it.
The island in the bay.
So I wanted to look for the island before. Okay.
It's not impossible. There is a narrow opening between the commercial area and the collapsed tenement north of it.
Also, location we've yet to rule out.
Is.
For a second, he seems tired.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
You need to go to that island?
The lieutenant sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water.
Going to the island, are you in?
Of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Leah and the net picker.
Yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Yeah, I think the final cut probably inflates it really, really, really significantly. Even just like the dialogue in the church, like I think I was talking to Noid for like 20 minutes almost. So I never would have been allowed to visit the island to rule it out, but I could have maybe ruled out the boardwalk. It's not like the island is a brand new location.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
Big improvement, thank you.
I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was an honest effort. I was watching until it went down. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway, I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
Because I don't mind not being able to visit it, like not being able to go in the Feld building, but it would be nice if there was something official that popped up, like the Shivers check, that's like, you can't do this yet. We're not going to tell you why, just trust us as you can't do it yet.
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
Remember the sunglasses.
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad. No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Thanks, dude. It's all that's left of the Hardy Boys.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his beer can in welcome.
Oh, it's you. Didn't think we'd see you walking anytime soon. Elaine, look. It's the cowardly cop.
Huh? What?
Our condolences for your losses.
Is he okay?
Does he look like he's okay?
He does not. His unshaven face is almost grey, and he reeks of piss, sweat, and booze. While still alive, he has abandoned his own body to decomposition.
How badly was he hurt?
Wasn't. That's the thing. Titus, Theo, Dennis, Angie, Elizabeth, they're all gone.
Oh, that's frustrating, Ikubo, yeah.
There's nothing left. Nothing.
He has lost the will to live.
Yeah, I was thinking it wasn't going to be on the roof, just from like the gameplay thing of them sending you to these other locations.
He feels
I couldn't
like
find
he
where
should
to
have
inspect
died
the boardwalk.
with others. He may kill himself if he doesn't find a new purpose, or else go on in this way. Not dead, but not really living either.
Shit is tough. You need to get off your ass and finish this. Just leave it like that?
Sons of bitches.
Leveled smile
Was this
spreads
really
over his
the best
face.
idea? I guess you may have prolonged his existence a bit, if he can still remember this when he sobers up.
If you think this will keep him from offing himself, I'll make sure to remind him. So far, I've just been pouring whiskey in him to keep him sedated.
What's going to happen to the Hardy Boys now that Titus is dead?
Titus is fucking dead.
What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys? Look around you, man. This shit is done. There are no more Hardy Boys.
Back to hauling containers in the harbor?
No, man. I don't know. I guess the Union will still be policing the neighborhood, but who's gonna do it now?
You, Eugene.
Me? No, man. I'm not a leader. You know, Titus only recruited me because I play the guitar. Said the team could use the morale boost.
The Eugenie Boys.
Fuck no. If I'd stay, we'd keep the name to honor Titus.
Eugene Hardy doesn't sound bad either.
Man, you have no idea how this works, do you? But yes, if I don't stick around, then it's all over. so I guess I sort of have to now.
He's not a drinker. Another good thing about him.
Yeah, man. You know, you got this. You got this.
Sudden burst of drunk enthusiasm.
Shit, Al.
There's something there. A germ of determination. He knows he has no choice but to rise to the occasion. This is not completely ludicrous. Him and Titus were the only detectives of the bunch. Titus more, but Eugene at least knew how to think along.
Yeah, you too. It's a rough world out there. It's not easy being a cop. We were too hard on you. Both of you. We shouldn't have fucked with you like we did. You got between us and a lot of bullets in that fight. Matinees owes you one.
That's kind of you to say. Take care of your friend, okay?
I will. You take care of yours.
A sharp pain shoots up your side and into your stomach. You must not look too good. Luckily, it passes.
At least I don't have the expression anymore. Yeah, I think this game sort of has an issue where it's like globally so good and so dripping with goodness that any part that's off feels really off. Like it really stands out as a problem, you know? Oh, shit. You have to like stand back to read it?
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here.
Oh, is it?
Smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
Cindy?
This was Cindy the Skull.
Cindy finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday. And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
What are you trying to imply, Fingers?
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safer.
Just gonna stock up on drugs real quick if the game lets me. Hold on. I love that whole, I tried to catch a flower on the roof. What? Not every garbage matters.
Okay, here, okay, here, okay, here, okay, here, okay, here, okay, here.
Thank you. I think the game does a really good job of it, like, obfuscating those edge cases and bottlenecks where, like, there's one skill check that's blocking you, or there's one discovery that's delaying you, or there's one event flag that's in the way, that whenever you actually do run into one, La Milana kind of feels like that too, right? Like, La Milana feels really, really good to play most of the time, because you have so many options of places to explore and there are so many progression keys to find, so many locks to unlock. But inevitably you get to the point where there's just one room that you have to find in this giant map, and that's already a big enough problem in a like typical Metroidvania when you get down to one corner of the map that you're supposed to go to and you have no idea where it is. Much worse in a game like La Milana. Yeah. I appreciate some of the stuff that they do for narrative reasons to force you to see some things in a certain order, and I like their idea of we're just going to have a skill tell you outright, like, basically say, I'm the dungeon master, and the story won't be good if I let you skip to this. So congratulations on finding it, but come back later, right? I think there were like 2 or 3 times where the game has done that, and I appreciate that it's willing to, you know, kind of break the fourth wall and just say that outright. It feels less bullshit if it's acknowledging that it's bullshit, you know?
Officer, what happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
I got shot in the foot. It was pretty badass.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Ghilaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
So I got shot in the chest.
That's nothing to brag about, officer.
It's not serious. He'll be okay.
You should see the other guys. They're all dead.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Need to get to that island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
We borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
They disappear as she smiles. What's on that island?
Nothing. Just ruins. Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
I'm trying to wrap up the game, Calic. This was added to the sheet before they added voice acting to the whole game, which is about doubled the clear time.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Been there yourself. Who has
My
them?
husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids?
Twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Twins, what's up?
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
I'm going to that island, right?
That island? That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
Mean shells?
I don't know what these are.
What
They're
then?
lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives on the island?
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
They actually get like the developers' kids for these kids? Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
At least he didn't murder anybody. You mentioned something about lights?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Yes. think you can tell me about this guy?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
They say
we
almost in
ran.
unison.
He just yelled, we shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go there too, didn't
Our
he?
father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't.
Father did not kill himself.
I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
There's
No intention of finishing the sentence.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Let's go. Go to the final Fallout
With
Battle
a small
Fortress
steering
Island.
engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number, A72, SRR made. This machine represents humanitarian aid from a workers' state on the Samaran Isola. The ROO logo on the engine gives it away. That and a white 5-pointed star. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
Yeah, let's
Have
go.
you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox.
It'll float. What?
How else do we blast Sad FM on our way to the island?
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Yeah. Different skills. Oh, where is my boombox? Here it is.
The skiff, once you... Have you remember what the net picker said? It's a...
And they're all easy checks. Oh, nice. Like you can still see bits of white paint on the church. I think that's what that's supposed to be instead of snow. There we get that music back. Good motif. It's a engine that's calibrated to make the boat move exactly slowly enough for the song to play in its entirety.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. Let's go.
Let's go indeed.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
Which we could never get into. I never finished getting that check.
Maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Lock it from
From
whom?
Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
What is that flutter?
The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away, 102, 105. On the islet, there is almost no wind, just snow quietly falling on the reeds, bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work.
New skill
of
point.
Great importance to the few who attend.
To the west.
A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree. The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, the low tide filtered through its grains, a bird tending to its feathers. Snow falls on the water, melting away without even a whisper.
Ahead.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless. A flake of snow falls on an extinguished campfire. Hiss.
Below the silence?
Call the Mama Dakwa.
Yes?
Nice.
This is where a lesser man would stop to think about the pain shooting up his right leg and into his groin. Not you.
So
You're concentrated on how.
Guess there were just bajillions of little pain threshold checks that I wasn't even above the skill threshold for it to bother showing me that it was failing to roll them, right? Or not roll them, but check them. That's nice. Same thing happened with Shivers once I got that Shivers thought. Pretty silent on this island.
Is that why we are stopping?
Listen to one more
The
thing.
lieutenant nods in silence.
That's nice.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army, the black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM may descend from the ICM. It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
I wonder if I was supposed to actually have a crutch at some point. You descend from the glorious revolutionary
there were all
army.
sorts of groups and groupuscules back then. It doesn't really matter. No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Still doing
After
here.
44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Warm blood trickles down your armpit and the ligature is off. That makes me think that I have to get shot in that sequence regardless, and that basically the Hardy Boys are your hit points for how well you handle the encounter. Which is a clever way to handle it if they wanted to keep you alive no matter what and not end the game there with a bad ending. And if you somehow manage to nail it, everyone just lives. Oh, let's unequip this. Jesus. Okay. Twin cannons are attached here. Stairs have collapsed.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do the wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
What kind of generator is it?
Carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
It's a Last of Us rope puzzle.
The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator. A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
I mean, why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Most certainly going to be the fire guy.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
Not recently.
Force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Free heal?
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Survivor's kitchen.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, Popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
+1 all things communist. And we haven't gotten a white conceptualization check in a minute. I don't even know, do I even have things? I think I have one thing that gives conceptualization. 2 then.
Soft covers, serialized.
Nope.
Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Nothing?
Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say. The print in some of these is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight.
Thanks, visual calculus. Give me something for it. Army surplus winter scarf. Light of the underclass, +2 empathy. -1 composure, sucks to be poor. Discomfort of surplus scarves. Balm shirt. +1 hand-eye coordination. Almost got that full fawn setup. Didn't fuck up with Kuno. Okay, we know he was a communist. I guess maybe not necessarily. It could just be that this is a communist base, so. Extra drugs.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
On the other side.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we
Maybe
open
this
this?
is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I find us not opening it highly unlikely.
All right. I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open.
This old cylindrical
Maybe I can walk over there and didn't realize it before. Okay, hold on. Hey. Drugs on the step and money. Oh shit, I missed a... There it is.
green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
It's the console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here. Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Push light interior. Oh, scary console. It does say it's a Feld console.
The dial slides under the glass, silently. You make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, Feld Insula, are written on the band.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications.
It's an air-gapped system, an off-air military model. Its circuits are nearly impossible to bend, i.e., it cannot be remote-controlled.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
The boat engine.
Back to the mainland and get some.
Machinima. I don't want to do that. Let's just look around.
The consul stands by, mutely. Urgence over.
Oh, did I miss my chance to inspect the hatch on the ground? That's my favorite loading screen tip. Don't be afraid to say weird things, please. We coded them into the game, and some of our testers were avoiding saying it, and we spent a lot of time on it. Sitting on 2 skill points? Okay, I might be able to spend one on retrying that conceptualization check. The reeds sway. It's the cryptid! The cryptid's the one that killed the hanged man.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you, smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Maybe you know it's going to hurt.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth. Oh fuck, yes. Go there in your head. It's been days since you thought about her. A week. No, we're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Thanks, Felician.
In the snowing mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you.
But now he says islets.
Step in. It's been too long.
That's why the music kept getting cut off, because the dialogue was playing it to override the boombox, so the boombox wasn't being allowed to play on the island. Pain in your pelvis makes you wince.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like 2 eyes in the wall.
This looks like a good place to aim from.
Inspect
A
the mattress.
single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter.
We saw this earlier.
Tio Moteri.
Saw the same brand in Land's End.
Could be a coincidence. Or the same person has visited Land's End and here. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left?
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And between the two.
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop, the upstairs window of Clausia's room, in the snow, reflecting light.
There it is.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Pair of binoculars to be able to see inside the room.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Pats you on the back. Why didn't we come here before?
Why? We don't go everywhere in the 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
6 people are dead. We could have prevented it.
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it. Where?
Point at the mattress on this island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more.
Jamrock shuffled harder.
We should move now.
Little canister guarantees that you come back this way. Very nice. Feel eyes on your back. Someone's watching, but you can't say where. I like the reveal with the scab leader because they give you enough to like suspect that. There's a couple other characters that make you suspect it, as is the dialogue with him, but you can't actually take it out of him.
This old cylindrical generator. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Right to work. Why not? Hopefully there's another giant string of final boss skill checks. There probably will be. Oh god.
Soft covers, serialized fantastique, and oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly light reading.
Look, Kim, powerful communist theory, rigorous and truthful.
Yeah, I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist student's room?
Student in the apartment building seemed to have some as well.
Yes, that one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
Interesting. Indeed.
A dim gold.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot. The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle. A dim ambient orange. The dial slides up.
Insular.
It's an air-gapped system. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you.
Finally, it's the slowly opening door. We were walking across the sand. I felt someone watching me.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
What's there?
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
We get into another fight.
Don't worry.
I don't have any bullets now.
I have a gun.
I don't have a
Extra
gun.
good did I do?
Oh yeah, because I threw it. That's funny. I also only had one bullet, so it's fine. Small white flowers blossom all around you. Like the one that was flying over the rooftop. Was this Metal Gear Solid? Is it the granny? No. It's gonna crack up.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago.
You the
This
fire
man
guy?
hates everything.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
You the fire guy?
What now?
You just gonna tell two kids to put out their fire?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
Build the generator.
I should have burned that console down.
How'd you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Oh, I'm glad I did that then.
I told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
It was not reactionary, it was cool.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hit gyrating mental illness music.
Nice gun you got
It's
there.
not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done. It's a 3-Angong 446.
Southeast Samarin made. Exotic.
Yay,
Must be
encyclopedia, even at the
defunct,
end.
too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
There's something about like the timbre of the recording of this guy's voice lines that sounds weird. I don't know if it's on purpose or if he's just like recording it in a weird room. Sinyao commune.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board.
He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the world revolution in the Safre Empire, extinguished in 06.
It's not wiped from the board, I remember
They
it.
wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth. Damn dog.
But I'm a communist.
The time will come to win his trust, comrade. It is not now. You need to take care of the gun first.
With the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down.
No. Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stopped and patched in places with tape and wire. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
As you said.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
This uses jacketed ammunition.
The right type and the right caliber.
He's liking this. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross. Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol.
Does he think the war is still on, that kind of thing?
I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained.
Okay, so that's not what's going on.
I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Thanks, Logic. You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
You've been hiding for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
That's steadfast.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, Fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic.
Which I did not set on fire.
Heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Oh, nice.
Always waiting. For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
Girl, child, revolution.
Always.
I have given my life to Mazavian socioeconomics.
A waste. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
Deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took for reaction to take hold.
What's reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
You'll have a tiny bourgeois person in us trying to run away.
He does not seemingly react to what you said. Only his right brow moves a little. He does not believe a police officer is genuinely revolutionary.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic, the combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower.
I'm glad I played as a communist, although now I'm starting to wonder how much of this game, I imagine very little of it is like Schrodinger, right? I assume that every player runs into this particular guy.
Huddled on the floor.
There's not like a moral intern guy if you played moral intern. Moralist, rather.
I knew the commune would fall.
Joyce isn't sitting here with a rifle.
So I said,
if you were an ultra liberal.
I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring. Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
See, and this is the thing I've been kind of grappling with myself in real life, that I think that maybe is kind of a theme of this game, that like some of the ideas of communism, they're right to, let me phrase this carefully. It's one, the description of what's wrong with the world is fairly accurate, right? The description of what's wrong with the balance, what's wrong with capitalism. It's just that, as this game points out, like, going about building it is so hard, and the forces of capital are so powerful and so awful that how could you ever fight back, right? So, like, recognizing that capital is this monstrous, evil thing, but then accepting that we're hopeless against it and it's going to crush us all and it's going to be the end of the world because we organize ourselves in this way. And terrifyingly, maybe this is like an inevitable way of a society like this organizing itself.
That the bourgeois are not human.
That's, yeah.
Now is not the time, Lieutenant Yefreto.
Is it not, Kim, though?
I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore.
All you've managed to do is make yourself sad. Yeah. The game has a lot of really smart comments about that. And I think that you said that the developers of this game thanked Engels and Marx. Like, I think it's not the kind of like comical, let's make fun of communism, of how stupid it is and how it's never going to work. Like, there's a lot of little things like that, like 0.000% of communism has been built. All you've managed to do is make yourself sad. You're going to commit suicide, right? Like, there's a lot of that sort of thinking that only comes from someone who thinks those ideas and doesn't just make fun of it, you know, like an old school 50s movie. The ideals from the perspective of hyper-capitalists and libertarians. Every single step toward their ideal is terrifying. No matter how far to the left you are, every step is better than what we currently have. I think I disagree with that. No, I missed the Inframaterialism book. Is there good stuff in there?
It's not an island, Dwight. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world. Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
Not
sure
one of
you
them.
Are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow?
Murderers.
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis, The black-eyed angel.
How have you survived?
How does anyone survive? I steal. Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
Thinking about communism can produce literally magical effects, like his joke about, or not his joke, crop yields.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Good for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
Like Sam Cedaraki, I have to think about that.
The RCM can provide.
Do you have a link to the original quote?
You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
You have painkillers.
I have been running out of that stuff.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
It's the little joys. The dark joke. A sunshiny day. Morphine.
You looked over and we can do it. Single step towards the ideal of a hyper-capitalist is terrifying. Towards their own view of utopia. I guess I have to... The thing I might have issue with is every step they take towards their view of a utopia is better than what we currently have. Because it depends on what is a step that they take. What does that count as, right? Because I can definitely think of ways that we've backslid, especially recently. Need to be looked over and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
Have you coped?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain.
If he's the killer, he's just gonna die anyway.
Others filled with pain only. A decade of I don't even know what.
Disco Inferno.
Inferno?
This lieutenant's about to say
I
something.
would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
I like this guy's voice actor a lot.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How have you concealed yourself?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
What'd you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
Why don't you just walk there? I think I see what you're saying better. Thanks, Saki.
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
Weapons cache. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were.
Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
Small bunker under the Feld building.
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
You smoke the fancy cigarettes.
I do.
Or smoke them on the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
So this is your termless surrender.
You're the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
I have secret plans to turn the RCM into a Mazavian revolutionary unit. Oh, poor Kim.
Rock and roll posturing. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste Insolente. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
You never signed the Revacholian Instrument of Surrender.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Honor is a feudal atavism. My motive is class.
Okay, so this guy does not put his thumb up his butt. Got it. If you missed that part of the game, that makes sense. That happened 5 hours ago. I almost maximized my honor points by putting my thumb up my butt. That's literally the thing that happens in this game. So you're a communist soldier?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
You said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Lead the honors circle. Just a political commissar,
The
do.
old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology. He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
I'm also a communist.
No, you're not. You're a liberast.
I have communist thoughts in my head.
All the real communists are dead. They died fighting for communism. Are you dead? No. You're an inert lumpen with a gun.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
Excuse me, sir, I threw my gun.
Into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. The expression on his face is unreadable. There's some sort of interference there. Neurological?
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
It's the jitters in his leg. What have you been using the gun for?
For killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But
what?
This is what you live for. This
is the shit.
The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it.
It's a lot of
Make
skills.
him repeat it first.
Weighing in here.
Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
No euphemism. Which one do I say then?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you, and in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Detective.
Yeah. Killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth.
Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
What am I forgetting? Hit yourself on the side of your head.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
My head hurts now.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausia's balcony, and nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now.
Of course. Thank you, Head. Thank you.
Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul.
Maybells, behind the victim's window.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too? The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only
They
here.
blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
You got a woman named Clausia. Ring any bells?
Clausia.
You know her, right?
With the victim.
There is a small tremble, looks like a smile, a crooked smile, yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
What brand of boots are you wearing?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Dros.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Cordobe, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Maybe it's easier than that.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
People change shoes. Thanks, drama. Doesn't mean you weren't there, near the room that the victim died in.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
And the ballistics.
Saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dros. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
Leave no stone unturned. Get him on what matters most.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your musketeer pistols. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns.
Knew about that,
Of course
did you?
you got those boys killed.
He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
We have the murder
You know what?
weapon.
You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it. Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Does it feel good?
Murder. You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. dripping with blood.
You was a rapist.
Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him?
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Hold your breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He's just been doing that for a long time, and the cops only showed up now because it was someone important.
You got him going. Connect
Interesting.
every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
Let me pause real quick.
Anyway.
It's very non-anticlimactic, but I'm going to put on different shoes. I'm going to put on a 90s windbreaker, and then we're going to continue this conversation.
Minions of capital.
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild, indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair.
Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
Can a foul temper be a byproduct of his life?
But his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological
this order.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
What did you not like?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
You were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second. Writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did.
How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
You looked into it?
She was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
Oh, but this is inconsistent with me already knowing that that's not her name.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
There it is again. The strange neurological state he's sometimes in.
You didn't say Clausia in there.
What did it say her name was?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
Continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You could see her bruises through the scope?
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
How does he know those minute details about her body?
It quickly comes to you.
See them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
I thought they were going to make a point that the hole is just irrelevant, but...
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
Been through the secret route. Those were your footprints. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
He's the master of the Jamrock Shuffle.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
Had the key.
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
You have feelings for her?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
The way you left the dried flowers?
No. I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
Wanted to console her?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
It wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
You hear a low frequency hiss, barely, beneath the audible spectrum. Then it's gone. The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Love how this conversation is like all playing out as this like set of police goals. Okay, we have to extract a confession, we need to get a motive, we have to get the murder weapon, and it's like, but why? Like, why? What does it matter?
Where is she? That's classy.
If we lock this guy up, is there going to be justice served? We arrested
Locked
her.
up with your masters, like I'll be. Maybe we'll meet. She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, like she knew. Staring at the island. The fort. Like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
Across the harbor, on the south bank of the River Esperance, white snow falls on a two-storied box of duraluminum, Precinct 57, near the gates to Terminal H.
Look east.
Inside a cell, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol, all at once, while two men in brown suits wave ICP badges at a young policeman. She hears the door open and knows it's over. They've come for her.
Oops.
Outside, it's springtime. The river flows blue and green into the Bay of Martinez. There, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, two police officers and one special consultant
Officially made things much worse.
Strip of sea. The ruins of a sea fort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing.
The original sin is Claudia calling the police.
He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins.
Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstam is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place where, as the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification in the snowfall, like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Looking at anything else you haven't liked?
Tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put, put, put of hatred.
And I've gotten multiple level ups in this one conversation.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Everett.
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Let him finish.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. Like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no.
Even this idea that he could have just shot her if he wanted to.
Is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls
If you dare
still parade
speak
the
ill of
ruins
Egghead.
too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them.
Now this is kind of a
sex. At least that old
senile rant.
cell is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores.
Ominous
There was
mumbling.
something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
You mean Renee, right?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A petanque maniac race traitor.
Back off before you get too agitated.
What is there to be agitated about? The unholy ghoul. I love it there. It reminds me of everything we fought for. At least we killed Afristel and his kingsman. Glad. It's all gone.
Let me change clothes again before I wrap up this conversation so I don't have this 90s blazer on. Hold on. Wait, I lost track of where I put it. There it is. And I also need to get my regular shoes back on.
The old man stares despondently.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Kim, he's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Legendary hearing.
There it is again.
I ended up having such a ridiculously high perception check.
Came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other.
It's the phasmid.
In the middle of it, something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Kim, do you hear that?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
Lovely. Wonderful. That's cute. But there the whole time.
Arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3
Oh, nice.
meters
It gets a little
tall.
portrait.
It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
There is, I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute
Take a picture,
silence.
Kim.
Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints.
Guy gonna get
As
away
the
or
insect
focused on
moves
it.
its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Hey, laid the pheromone on thick. That's pay it off way later. Your corpse will be marked by stars, Lena's childhood experience.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder.
It is the
lieutenant
camera.
Holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. It's the camera. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
Flash is loud, I won't like
We
that.
need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks.
Let me
fills
approach it
your ear.
first.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Just listen to me.
Okay.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
97%. Yay, I didn't get snake eyes.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen
Thanks,
expands
Encyclopedia.
in front of you to take in and expel air. It's smelling you. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Maybe it is real. The pheromone.
The insect's head is crowned with reed-like scales, the shape
That's
of
cute.
seed heads. They rustle as the air moves.
Gone out of their way to make sure the guy's out of our line of sight now.
Continue expanding, like lunglets, breathing you in. Your sour, greasy semiochemicals on the breeze.
Hey.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell, like you've never felt before. Like burnt roses.
It's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning. Apricot blossoms, white blossoms erupting, a sensation like cold hands on your face.
Inland Empire, what are you doing? Spoke to the hangman.
I exist.
Oh, this is cool. I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Fire, burning. It's wunderbar. I'm ill.
What is your illness?
In my heart.
For me, it is not like that. I have states, not the emotions. For example, I experience excitement at unexpected sugar rewards.
The only active Inland Empire check in the game? That's cool. Because nothing else is actually supernatural.
Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, an internal sensation.
Was talking to
A
the
swarm of sounds.
hanged man,
Tiny vibrations
not Inland
on
Empire?
the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light. It only
Fuck is
feels
happening
like
to me right
something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache.
Glad to be me, a sensitive instrument.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain.
Oh, I like that.
It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. eternal damnation.
That's really good.
Even when you're sleepy, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
Thank you, Insulindian Phasmid.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you.
Meaningless awe.
Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control,
thank you, insects.
Looking on, rooting for you.
Yeah, I love that idea. This line right here, few of us can imagine the horror of you with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. Like, that's probably going to stick with me for a long time after beating this game. That in hardcore.
And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
Detective. Arriving.
I am detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Also that, the killer.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration, very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from
interesting.
me, to interfere with the picture in your heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
Is this the dream?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Where does this come from?
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily. You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Wait, so...
You look like a reed and you eat
Yes,
reeds?
They don't mind.
You accidentally ate another Phasmid?
Yes. I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
What are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulindian Isoma. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. No, no one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective, dripping of blood that smells like strawberries, across the calm sea, the first in 1,000 years. I have stayed hidden through full forms of government and
The way they changed that.
scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Revershaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
That's insane.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system, ominously new to the planet.
Ominously new to the planet. God.
The pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Being human is horror, being human is hell, being human is apocalypse.
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind. You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
I like this so much better than like Eldritch Horror.
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Worse how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror.
You exhale thoughts.
What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day? Or just forget?
Behind the nerve mirror. But I want to blink and undo 12 billion years of matter expansion. This is also consistent with the game opening with the ancient reptile brain limbic system thing, right? Like, I always thought this way.
You're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
Already forgotten the whole world once when I drank too much.
It is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
Having a vision of the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
It's related to the case. I have totally transcended the case.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
No, there is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you're the kindest.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
We'll try.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Okay, Kim, take the picture.
Okay.
Wonderful.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
I hope the guy gets away now and the game ends up being about this.
You turn back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
I'm sad because, like, there's no way that during the credits of this game I'm going to be able to, like, fully articulate my thoughts on this. I'll have to come back and, like, play 20 minutes of a new physical playthrough so I can talk about how this made me feel after it was just stuck in my head for a year, right? I've had that happen with a lot of these games where I try to give my, like, final thoughts on it during the credits, and then months or a year later I'm like, damn, Mother 3 was actually about this. I didn't realize it.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the
Oh,
air
nice.
like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
Nice. Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
Like, right now, the way I'm interpreting this and the focus on the picture and the sudden distraction, like that's what Disco Elysium is about. And it's kind of what I was saying in the first few hours of play, where it was like, you know, I don't feel bad about the time moving forward and me not focusing on the investigation and doing all of this side quest bullshit in the town, right? In the way that, like, Persona makes me feel bad, because the game has made it clear, like, this is what this is. It's, you know, reading about pinball machines and learning the alphabet and becoming a communist and all this other ridiculous side questy bullshit that's just amazing. It's not about the case. It's about the phasmid, right?
Warning. A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening, wave by wave from its stupor.
Oh, that's a bummer, sir.
Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think. Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing. where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you. As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
I can't believe the guy's still there. I really thought he was gonna leave.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it. In the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone. Apparently, yes, like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Set in the
Looks
reeds.
like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now? In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
We got a rifle scope and a crazy helmet. What the fuck? This one half light. Fighter, not a lover. Okay. Rifle scope. Yeah, we did. We're about 4 hours and 45 minutes past that point. Asia's passport.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents from the MT boy.
It's Klasia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow, an old photo, before life came and did what it does.
What's this doing in the nest?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
Phasmid took it.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
By now, the lieutenant has accepted your unusual methods.
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious. A curious octopus would do something similar. Or even a cuttlefish.
She was curious.
Octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point. She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazie was supposed to be her real name. Where Klasia comes from. Remember? God damn it. I told you she kept on lying to you.
Mm-hmm.
She's probably lying to someone else right now. Another detective.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us. One more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now.
Lieutenant smiles.
I don't know. But it was not Katarzyna Alazie, or Anouk Meyer-Smith, or Klasia. Whoever she is, when we get back, I need to warn our holding cells. We need to double the security around her.
We had the cop spirit one, where we saw a vision of them coming to take her away forever.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
How could you not see it? Because of the brain chemicals.
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets.
I've done a couple 12-hour streams and a couple 9-10-hour streams on Dark Souls and La Mulana.
With fear and longing.
Keep your hand in front of his
A
eyes.
light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What has happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
It's the
Yes,
phasmid.
the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke? Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
Talk to the phasmid. It said it's destroying
You should be
him.
more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Degradation is a side
A
effect.
valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
Didn't see it,
That
Kim.
could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dross.
No response.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it. Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
Seems strangely
He
animated.
was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Oh, that's interesting. The animation was induced.
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point.
That's kind of
Maybe
cool.
it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall. You mean pheromonal? The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Oranje? I see what you mean.
I like the idea that he's a really, really sick man. And like the phasmid granted him clarity so that we could have a final conversation with him.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
Found some things in the
He
nest.
stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
Show him the helmet.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
Ooh, fucky.
The spirit.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
I lost.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done
Yeah, he was so
many
lucid there.
times. Beige and white stripes.
Did his portrait change slightly? I'd have to go back and look earlier in the VOD, but
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh.
they look glazed over. Before they look sharp.
You've gotten all you will out of this poor being. The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
We should think about getting back to the mainland to get help. He'll be safe here if we don't take too long.
That was pretty great. I could see some people being frustrated that, like, guy on island who's a sniper and crazy phasmid-induced temporary lucidity, like, I can imagine a person playing this getting this far and being like, but I wanted to be a detective, but it's like, did we play the same game? Like, I think that's completely, totally consistent with what's been going on up to this point. It was fun to sit, like, they definitely planted plenty of the herrings there for you to come up with your own theory of the crime up to that point. Yeah. I could see people being mad about it. I was along for the ride. The game had earned my trust over 38 hours at that point. So you don't do that unless it's on purpose with a game that's this masterfully written up to this point, you know, like oh, the game was super good, and then all of a sudden Deus Ex Machina. It's like, no, I think it's saying something with that, right? Like, honestly, though, like, if this game is drawing inspiration from Planescape Torment also just kind of ends. Like,
sway of the waves by the dock.
That game, all of their effort went into Sigil, the main city, and then they were like, shit, this is called Planescape. We have to go to the other planes. All right, we'll do it in like 3 hours. But like the game basically ends once you meet Ravel.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you.
Oh, that sounds interesting, Aki.
2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Interesting. Yeah, I was thinking about trying to pitch this game to people who weren't into video games, but I think there's enough video game cruft there that it would be frustrating to someone that isn't literate with a controller or mouse and keyboard.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
You're the man with the sunglasses.
That's right. And you're bleeding.
There's a giant.
Not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
No one else seems bothered by the bleeding.
Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstar. I believe we've met on several occasions.
Hey, Wompty Dumpty Dom Center.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Comar. And this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstar, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What's this
Harry,
about?
I want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a
Are they going to go with the ridiculous theory that he wipes his mind to solve crimes?
No, Trump. It's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
What's a shit kid?
You. Shit kid, that's you.
Despite all that you've done, the deserter, the phasmid, the case.
Despite all that I've done?
Because of all that you've done.
How'd you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
Damn you, cafeteria manager! You betrayed me for the last time. Cart told you.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk.
You aren't the man with the sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
You'd been so sarcastic, I would have realized it was
I'm
you.
Depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to butter you up after you told us to fuck off. Had what coming? Not recognizing people you work with every day? Brain damage?
You never told me you're not the horse-faced woman.
No, my name is not Horse-Faced Woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends.
We're still friends, I just have a stupid head.
Okay, you're my commanding officer. I really want to respect you. I want us to have a normal relationship.
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on Earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate sensitivity training.
Yes, I'm Trond Heilestam. I never said I wasn't Trond Heilestam.
What's up with the kid, then?
Mikhail? Mikhail's my son.
With all the interesting history, spying on me?
I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
Of course, he gave the most powerful thought in the game.
It was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And also interested in the Feld building.
So what are you special consulting?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s. Like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on.
No one's who they say they are.
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you
Gardener,
won't be duped.
scab leader.
Yes, I'm still Kinkisoragi, still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
Mentioned a task force?
Yeah. Major Crimes Unit under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells? Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trond fucking Heidelstam, and Guillaume Bevy.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Yeah, I was gonna
Fuck
say.
you. You're part of this shit show. Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left, because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trond, because I'm forcing him to stay.
What does the unit do?
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We're shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
Where have you been all this
Where have
time?
we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember. You told us to fuck off. You said we are cramping your style. You're detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die.
Why didn't you detect or die?
Oh, you think it was cool? You saying that? Aesthetic somehow? You were crying when we got here. Breaking things. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss, so we fucked off. Like you told us to. Where have you told us you were crying hysterically?
Why would you leave a literal
You were
police
drunk,
god?
Breaking things, being emotionally abusive. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage, Detective God. Trond, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both
Thank you,
euro
Rhetoric.
and the definitions of money, e-solar, pound, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
You think I'm so poor I lost my memory?
Not when you phrase it like that. But I don't think critical theory. I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still, I don't think it should be off the table here.
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, not like that. I'm not talking vrede for school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
It's a fantasy. I am a highly experimental detective. This was a method I used to solve the case. Capitalism fucked me. I think I'm gonna go with something so sad, but I like that they give you these different options. Something to do with the anomaly in the church.
Psychotraumatic amnesia? Drowned? I can go for that. Shit, kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying. Or insane. Or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before. Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case. The other when we looked into that mirror.
I am a mind-wiping super cop.
The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the New World mural, those were recent.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea. Yes.
Great.
Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
I like how this... I assume that this line of dialogue plays no matter which of those choices you picked. And there's something in there that applies to each one of the things you could have picked, right?
Okay, Trump, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Line detective
For
is
now,
good.
I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the potty? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension? Now, nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to our motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Drove it into the ocean when I was drunk. I thought the killer was underwater. The time had come, tequila sunset.
So refreshing. It just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property. That's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Got my badge right here.
He squints at it, suspiciously.
I do have all this futuristic armor.
And your gun?
Upgraded my gun to a rifle.
Upgraded it? I don't care about your weapon mania, Harry. I only care about
Too
your
bad that I
vicious
threw
sidearm,
it.
which you lost.
Used to kill a man from a kilometer away.
Care. Where is the gun the RCM gave you to
I wish I
kill
could pick
people
I
with?
threw it.
Where is that one? I knew it. I told you he didn't have it.
This isn't cause for celebration. It's bad.
I did have it.
I would say it's very bad. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Please put the stolen rifle away before you kill someone.
Doesn't even matter that I found my
You were never
gun.
supposed to lose it in the first place. Not lost is your gun's natural state, you drunk bum.
Not drunk. I haven't started
So
drinking
you
again.
Forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
Oh, that's the pheromone.
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
No idea what you're spelling. I washed death off me.
Doesn't reply, but his expression.
I'm sad that there's not dialogue about I threw my gun.
Done a better job, is what it's saying.
It's been a bit of a week. Sorry if I smell bad.
Bit of a week? You let a suspect escape. A certain Ruby. You let her escape because you were too drunk to take her in.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
You didn't know anything. She was going to shoot herself if she didn't. We're looking at the oxygen holocaust times a quadrillion. I have come to know the final fate of man in the universe.
Well, if you let her go, I'm not even gonna get into the 80 other suspects you haven't brought in. Because it's hard. For the fact that you're Everard Claire's little peony now. Doing I
Oh,
don't know
they're
what
like
for him.
going through all the event
Time
flags.
stuff. That's nothing.
Which this game has done a pretty good job of hiding those. Like, most choice-based video games, it's so obvious. Like, sometimes you'll even see the character twitch as they load in the clip where they comment on the specific flag that you set. Like, you know, you decided to season your dinner with pepper, right?
Compared to the 7 people who were gunned down.
Oh, wouldn't it be
the
awesome to
streets are literally
die of
red with
morale
blood,
there?
Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot, not once, but twice.
It did
We
not.
stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Firefight is a trivial matter compared to the greatest discovery of this century. I'm just sorry.
Stop being sorry for 5 minutes.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. You spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffretor Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue.
Hey!
He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
You should yell something.
That's not a good idea.
Yes, let's let the big boys talk.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective.
Aww.
One of the best I have seen.
It's cute.
He can talk human beings into telling him everything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which by the way was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
He heard it from upstairs.
Yeah, it was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
He said that like he was embarrassed to admit it.
Colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard.
Don't lose the photo.
The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
I think it's basically just the pale, though, right? Shakalaka, motherfucker. As you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely giant communist. Let's say nothing.
Fucking
That's
hell
funny,
is
though.
that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
I believe the pheromone responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
They do a good job of making the supernatural elements like feel like they're a natural part of the world and set up and not like ass poles, right? Like the pale comes up in a good way. There's other references to it. It's not that far out there. It's presented as a natural, understood phenomenon, not like a spooky thing that spooky people believe in. The only thing that's maybe spooky is the doomed commercial area, but they always give you an out on that to say that it's not that, you know, even when you find out about the pale thing at the top of the church.
So it is connected.
And even like the cryptozoology stuff, like they're like, no, there's only ever been 3 discoveries out of 2,400, right? Like,
I must say,
and the other
this
2 were super
is
boring.
Absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fight out the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness.
Aw.
Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
I also started a nightclub.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Turn their lives around. 2mm hole in the world.
That's great. Anthroponaut is a great new career for you. After police officer. I don't care. Go live in the Pale.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
Thanks, Kim.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
Dead man on the boardwalk.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in the boardwalk. Drunk.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, detective.
The killer, we have a strong motive for him.
The revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grat, where they have patrons.
Hey,
Prasovich,
my buddy Encyclopedia.
The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead.
So don't tell me this yet until we get to the credits, but now I'm wondering if the character that shows up as a secret police officer, civilian guy is based on your signature skill. But if it's always this guy, that's just kind of interesting.
This
That I got the
man's
Encyclopedia
mother
guy.
was Lillian. His Lillian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trout. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
Killed him in an active rage induced by the phasmid's chemicals.
Possibly induced. But even without that, these men spent 50 years on the islands in the bay, in solitude, loathing what Revachol has become. There's plenty for prosecution to pick from in terms of motive. Also, We have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died, right on the island, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that. Way more.
Perfect folding mechanism. They'll teach this in cop school. Could be just a little neater.
Get over yourself. You're not a perfectionist. You're a cop, and you did a good job, with a lot of help from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. And none of
Him
this
is
can
the
hide the
best.
smell of booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there, like in your bones or something. It will pass in time.
Basment was female.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female, and the nesting behavior too, I think.
But it reproduces asexually.
Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
Bowers are built by males of the species who can't afford colorful mating displays physically. This one was plain colored.
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs.
Reproduces by parthenogenesis.
Isn't cloning itself? What makes you think so?
It told me.
Then it wouldn't matter.
Ignores
if
your
it's male.
answer.
The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense. Yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
Had mandibles that look like hair.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
No kidding.
Without it,
you're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still.
Look into the Doom commercial area.
I don't know what a Doom commercial area is. Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
There was a possible witness in there, and it was close to the crime scene. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course.
It was okay.
Call it community outreach, right?
There you
Dodged
go.
a bullet there. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time.
Want to take this hot shit
I
back?
don't
Point
want
to yourself.
But you discovered a new species and solved the murder, so I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
I have a few questions before we go about who I
The
am.
man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
I was a flatulent monk.
You haven't told us about that. You just told us about being a gym teacher.
Harry, it explains
The running
everything.
around.
The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
Oh yeah, and I've got a whole bunch of fallen
Your
sportswear.
moves on the church floor, which honestly was just jump aerobics. Your use of the word graffito.
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy.
That's funny. Does who you were before based on your... Oh, is it fucking because of 6 points in pain threshold? That's dumb. Not encyclopedia, but pain threshold.
And this guy, too.
Oh god, contact Mike.
Of course. Contact Mike.
He's been on about Mike again? I hate that guy.
Contact Mike is... I love that this whole game, encyclopedia, then for one check. It's a reprise of the most inspiring basic sporting principle of open competition.
Oh, you don't say. Does he also vault an impassable gulf of finance and privilege?
It is getting cold out.
Why did I join the RCM?
You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning.
I wonder what the encyclopedia one actually is. Librarian, maybe?
She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Why am I like
It's not
this?
a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Dora something. Dora Ingelund? Yeah, you mentioned her name.
Not Dora Dubois.
Something like that. Half Vasan.
Vasa is where beautifully and impossibly blonde people come from.
Even married.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
6
No,
years?
It was 6. Like ancient. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Ingelund really tore you a new one. A big one. Incredibly bangable.
Seriously using this moment to assert male
He
privilege?
is very passionate about this.
Thank you. They worked on this final conversation.
Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin.
Thank you.
I've only seen a
Conceptualization.
picture,
Inland
but
Empire
it's
and Pain
obvious she
Threshold.
formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first. The middle-class chick?
Yeah,
or
egg and
the
chicken
drink?
kind of thing.
Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Good talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
A dirty cop working for La Puta Madre? Suspects seem to think.
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
What station is it?
Us? We're the bloody murder station. Haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station, and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
We recently shoot up a church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Why do we need to go there?
Were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
It's fair.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and coffee corner. A lot of good people work there. Hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivashol.
Nice,
Faubourg,
Saki.
technically, but
You're gonna do that with
it's divided
subblock
into
time?
11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you, Kim.
Again, Lieutenant.
Faz, we need to tell Lena about this ASAP. Cryptozoologists.
Well, Good luck finding her once we get back.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. I'm sure we'll find them. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
You do now.
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
What's the how long to beat for it?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
To do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
I mean, come work at Precinct 41.
With Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. Am crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
I tend to come in within 80% or so, 80 to 100% of the main story, how long to beat, for virtually all games. This one is super aberrant for two reasons, because it's the final cut and also because I wanted to do a lot of the side quest content.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I guess if that's people who are using the in-game timer, or if they're using a real estimation.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
Ooh, Kim's gonna join!
Caseload, no. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Hey, recruit Detective Kim Kitsuragi, achievement unlocked.
Considering it.
I love it.
Good.
Is that only possible if he's like...
Fuck it. Let's go.
Likes you a lot at that point?
Motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
I assume there's a how much does Kim like you tracker.
The great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses.
My understanding is most people who submit to How Long to Beat don't use their in-game clock. They use the actual time they spent.
As far as the eye can see, from Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come.
Thank you, Shivers.
Paulson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course.
Of course.
Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomac Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
End. And there's 30 minutes left in this VOD until I go over the YouTube VOD limit, so hopefully the credits aren't super long. I like this game a lot. Well, let's watch what's happening before I give my thoughts. Shake his hand. I'm also curious to know, now is the time to tell me about all the ways things could have been different. I'm wondering if the civilian contractor is different based on your signature skill, or it just happened to be the guy that was my encyclopedia skill. If your past job, if they say gym teacher, if it's based on how many points you put into specific categories of skills. Because I had to put it mostly into physical because that was the one that was my dump stat. Okay, so there are multiple prior professions. Yes, thank you. I would like to know those. And what generates them. Other places where it could have played out differently. It's always trance, it's always gym teacher. Oh, okay, gotcha. It's always the guy on the island. It's always the same guy on the island. You bring Kuno with you instead of Kim. Really? If you got him as your friend and you pissed off Kim enough? That's crazy. Kuno is like your renegade partner. Solve the case without inspecting the body. Yeah, I figured the mercs... My understanding of the merc situation was that it was, there's no way for you to die and get a bad ending, but that all of the Union members represent, like, extra lives or hit points based on how you resolve the rest of it. So, like, 6 of them died, which is really bad. I screwed up a lot of it. Mark had Kuno? Really? I think I only was able to save Kim because of the authority check succeeding. No, I did not take out the leader. Oh, if you wear the chest armor, I didn't even think about equipping that. That makes sense. They didn't get the photo of the Phasmid. No Molotov. Ancient reptilian brain, limbic system, and spinal cord. And the deserter. Interesting. Nice. Yeah, I loved all the voice acting in this game. Yeah, I thought this game was delightful. I thought it was really, really well made. It made me feel feelings. A lot of games, there's like a extra layer of detachment from the game when I'm streaming it in particular, where if I was playing it on a couch by myself and was fully 100% immersed, I didn't have chat and OBS to look at, like, you know, I might feel something, but a lot of the times because of the business of streaming, like, I'm not able to be as immersed in stuff. But I was pretty immersed in Disco Elysium in spite of all of that. And that's only happened with probably fewer than 10 games I've played on stream. To the Moon, Undertale, Silent Hill 2. I have to go through the games database to pick out some other ones. So that did a lot. I thought the story was great. They've said a couple times during the playthrough that, like, I know this is a CRPG, but I wish this is what visual novels were. I feel like this justifies being a video game in a lot of ways. I'd like to see visual novels try to go in this direction. I liked everything in the game. I don't think I have any complaints, to be honest. There was the bad authority skill check in the church, which I guess if I had just succeeded on the first try, I never would have known about that and wouldn't have something to complain about, but it tanked the momentum a little bit in an otherwise delightful, cute scene. You wear the necktie. Oh, that's cool. I took the necktie off at some point. I switched it out with the one I got, the cryptid necktie. The better stats. Yeah, I like the church side quests. All the side quests, all of the side characters are really great. The dialogue trees are fantastic. The skill check system is really good. Like I said, I'm going to steal the concept of the white checks if I ever do tabletop RPGs again. It's a very elegant solution to the repeatable checks problem. Like, okay, you tried to pick the lock and you failed. You can try again, but you have to tell me some way the circumstances changed. Like, I'll just, even if it's not realistic, even if the person could sit there and continue trying to pick the lock, I would just take that as a nice mechanical abstraction. Kuno replaces him if you befriended him, otherwise you're solo. I assumed that Kim wasn't necessarily guaranteed to be in the final segment because there were a bunch of times where he would comment on something and then a skill check would repeat exactly what he said, which usually the base game doesn't do that. The skill check will reply to what he said, you know. I didn't sleep on the island, no. I'm trying to think if I had any other thoughts. Like I said, I think people could be mad about the ending. Like, they could be mad that, oh, it's this, like, random, crazy ex-communist soldier guy on an island that just shot her for no reason, or shot him for no reason, but I like that better, honestly. I think it's more in line with what the rest of the story has been about to that point. Like you were saying, it's not, this isn't a whodunit. Like, they give you enough material to turn it over in your mind as though it's that, you know? Oh, is it like with your wife or something? I think this game has done the most impressive job I've ever seen of giving the protagonist a character arc that the player has agency over, and doing it in a way where it feels like... This is something I need to think about more. Maybe a month or a year from now I'll have articulated it better, but like... Any game that does something like this, where everything is based on event flags, like, did you say a nice thing to Kim? Yes or no? Is your Kim score above 25? Yes or no? Right? Like, if you're paying attention when you're playing the game, you can start to see those seams, and you can start to tell, oh, this conversation's only playing because I did that one good thing with Kim that one time. And really, using math, that's the only way to accomplish making your choices matter, is just literally keeping track of them and then having characters comment on them and change their behavior. But this game had such a large volume of Kim interactions in particular, and they covered a full gamut from completely fucking done with me to patient and exasperated to mildly annoyed to actually kind of having a good time for a short amount of time to having camaraderie with me and rapport with me. Like, it was spread out so masterfully that I couldn't tell, okay, Kim is only being friendly in this scene because I have a good Kim score or because I did something right previously, you know? Like, I bought it, and I'm usually really in tune with that kind of bullshit. The only time I started to notice the bullshit in this game was in the ending sequence. They're like, oh, look at all the cases I did. And like Kim would like interrupt his sentence to say, but he is a communist. It's like, okay, this is what I expect. And it's fine. They had to do that for the ending because they were dealing with just an enormous amount of variable data. It's not a bad thing. It's just a thing that's usually noticeable. I guess I'm praising the rest of the game for doing that and mostly hiding it from me. And making me buy that Kim went from being really annoyed by me to actually kind of respecting me at the end of the game. Like, I bought that was a gradual thing. And that was part of why I was so alarmed by the failed authority check in the church, because it was like the game, that illusion that they had built up for me, the bubble popped. And I was like, oh shit, there was a bad check that inverted all of this progress that I've made, you know? So I thought that was good. I also thought that the feeling of playing as this like despicable loser and like trying to redeem him was handled better than any other game I've played. I talked about this a little bit in Discord recently, but I think that like my biggest fear as a person isn't the fear of the ocean or the fear of dying or spiders or mice or anything like that. It's the fear that I might permanently lose the respect of people, that I like might do or say something so stupid or so out of line that I'll have tarnished myself in their eyes forever and I will never be redeemed. And that's a very specific fear, but I think about that and I think that's really like the thing that I'm most afraid of, the only thing that I put any stock in. And so Disco Elysium is a game about that, of telling you at the beginning of the game, you are worthless, you are unsalvageable, you have shown your worst side to all of these people. There is literally no one in this game who is seeing you in your best possible light. They're all seeing you, their first impression is bad. Can you convert that to a good impression? And it's kind of like fantasy material for me in that respect, because I have this fear in the real world that no, once you have shown that you're irredeemable, you can never redeem yourself. And the fact that this game gives you the opportunity to redeem yourself in certain situations is really powerful for me. And I like that a lot. I'll have to check that out. That sounds cool, Aki. It's my ultimate power fantasy. Exactly. Yeah. Like it managed to do it in a way that didn't feel saccharine. Because that's the problem, is like, it's so easy to get into, it's a very razor's edge, thin line to try to walk, to like thread the needle of making a story that has wholesome positive messages about like being able to redeem yourself or do good or change or have an arc that's not also like really sappy and obviously bullshit and full of like Hollywood Disney messages where you're like, okay, this isn't the real world, right? Like you have to put in that David Lynch, you know, Twin Peaks universe effort to make the world seem shitty and awful, make it mirror what we see in the real world so that when the happy moments happen that they hit really, really hard. And I think that emotionally, that's probably the thing that sticks with me the most out of this game, is that it nailed that tone in a way I've barely seen any other fiction nail that well outside of like David Lynch's work. So this is really good. I've been playing this for 11 and a half hours. It's 4 hours past my bedtime and I'm really tired. So thanks folks. That was Disco Elysium. What a game.